Welcome to Converge, Globant's flagship event, where the brightest minds in tech share their insights on how technology is transforming business and industries around the world. This year's theme is AI, limitless disruption. Globant has been working with AI for over a decade. Today, they're gathering tech visionaries and business leaders from around the world to talk about how AI is changing the way that we live and work. Visionaries like Walter Isaacson, Mark Benioff, Gillian Zucker, Jane Lauder, João Paulo Ferreira, entrepreneurs like David Vélez and Matías Muchnick. And I'm your host, Cleo Abram. We're here to explore the power of AI and narrow the gap between what we can imagine and what we can create. We're here to give business leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, techies, and decision makers a better understanding of AI's real-world possibilities. And we're going to give it to you straight. We're going to cut through the buzzwords and consulting firm jargon and tell you what's really worth knowing. Now, this year is extra special because 2023 marks Globant's 20th birthday. Founded in 2003 by four friends, Globant is a trusted partner to leading brands like Google, Disney, Electronic Arts, and Santander, among others. Globant is an organization that helps transform other organizations, partnering with businesses of all sizes to improve their operations and customer experiences through the use of AI and other innovative technological tools. The convergence of human and artificial intelligence is paving the way for a new era of innovation, transformation, and productivity. This is the future that Globant is working towards. To kick things off, I'd like to introduce Globant co-founder and CEO Martín Migoya.
Hello, I'm Martín Migoya. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the annual Globant Converge. This is our flagship event. We bring together fascinating thinkers, founders, entrepreneurs, executives, and even artists who all share our passion for innovation and reinvention, and who have reinvented their own industries. What I enjoy most is the diversity of their backgrounds and their perspectives as well. Not everyone you'll hear from today agrees on every issue, like how to apply technology to our society, which disruptions will have the most impact, and how teams should be working together with the new technologies. However, we all can agree that we are going through the most convergent and innovative periods in our history. With the speed of change, it is so important to keep an open conversation. We want to ensure that we adopt technology into our lives in an intuitive, sustainable, and creative way. Artificial intelligence is having its iPhone moment. Generative AI has put this technology into the hands of developers, copywriters, designers, project managers, and so many more professionals than ever. Everyone can make his or her own AI bot, specifically customized to their own content, simpler than ever. And at Globant, we are working with solutions like GeneXus to take this to corporations around the world in the most efficient and secure way. We see two major trends in AI adoption. The first is driven by professionals who use these tools to boost their efficiency and enable their creativity as they produce their own content. This is happening organically. It will be difficult for companies to have an inflexible position to force the adoption of these tools. People don't need us pushing them to adopt these tools. They need autonomy and freedom in how they work. As a company, we respect that and recognize that they are responsible for the content that they produce. But companies should provide the necessary tools for their employees to develop and use them if they want to. The second AI trend is being driven by organizations and their need to reinvent themselves. AI can provide solutions that humans cannot achieve on their own in a faster and more meaningful way. At Globant, we work on these technologies through our platforms, each one aimed to accelerate innovation at scale with AI. Examples of these two types of AI are being implemented every day at Globant. With Augoor, we make the code more accessible and understandable for companies and developers. With Geno, powered by generative AI, we can match in an efficient and scalable way people with the right skills with their best possible projects where they will be the best fit. With Magnifai, we augment testing for organizations, enabling them to quicken their time to market and to launch products faster. With Start Me Up, we help organizations foster culture, predict attrition, and build community better than ever. But also, these new technologies create a space to improve the way we create and develop software. Globant aims to be the partner of choice in applying all these latest technologies to the top brands of today. Our goal is to reinvent our professional services industry. We understand that innovation means not only transforming what we produce, but how we work as well. We are now at a great place in our growth history because Globant is now in 30 countries and we are a team of more than 27,000 people. We have been behind the major transformations of companies like the Walt Disney Company, the London Metropolitan Police, and Google, just to name a few. This year is our 20th anniversary, but I still think that we are only scratching the surface of what is possible. I believe in the power of technology, and when technology meets passion, the unthinkable happens. At Globant, we want to share this passion with you, so thank you for being with us, and welcome to Globant Converge.
And as you can see, we go from bad up to good.
This is nonsense.
Wait, hey, I.
Did you say AI? Yes.
AI.
Generative AI.
Yes.
Multi-crypto GPT mega AI. We're out of here.
Go get her. Go.
Okay.
You should have said VR.
Alan, say VR.
Get a partner with the best of artificial and human intelligence. Globant. Seek reinvention.
AI is proving to be one of the most transformative technologies of our time, offering unprecedented opportunities for reinvention and disruption. As the CEO and founder of Salesforce, one of the leading users of AI in the enterprise software industry, Mark Benioff has been at the forefront of AI adoption. Few leaders can speak with such authority about the real-world impact of deploying AI at scale, which is why we're so psyched to hear him talk. Here he is speaking with Globant co-founder and CEO Martín Migoya about how AI can help businesses of all sizes reinvent themselves.
Hey, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor, it's a pleasure to have you here at Converge, our Globant flagship event every year. Like you do Dreamforce, we do Converge, right? So a lot of people from Latin America will be listening, also from the US and from Europe, from many places in which we operate. Today, Globant, you may know that we are operating in 30 countries, more than 29,000 Globers spread out. A big Salesforce fans and a lot of people working specifically on your technology within the company. But before, I would love to go into what I would say is my main, one of my main things that I would like to know, which is how you started this. I mean, I would love to listen to your entrepreneurial, route up to got to here, and how everything started and how we came up to what is Salesforce today.
Well, I'm so happy to be with you, and thank you for inviting me to speak with you today and to join Converge. I'm very grateful. I think back, Salesforce, is now about 25 years old. And, for the few years before that, you really saw the emergence of the internet itself. We saw these amazing technologies kind of breaking through. And this idea of the browser, that you'd be able to, go onto something that at the time we didn't understand called Amazon.com or eBay, and buy a book or to, buy Pez dispenser was the moment. And while I was using those early applications on the internet, really, I would say in 95 and 96 and 97, so many years ago, I just started to get this idea that these were just applications. And if they were able to build Amazon and I was able to buy a book, why wouldn't we be able to run our businesses with exactly the same technology model? And we would couple that new technology model, this idea of software as a service, an internet site to run your business. Now we call it the cloud, with a new business model that we wouldn't be buying the software as a license, like as a one-time transaction, but rather we would subscribe over a period of years or whatever it would be that, we were subscribing to a magazine or a newspaper or something like that. And then finally, we would have a new philanthropic model that we would take 1% of our equity, our profit, and our time and bundle it into a foundation so that as the company scaled, our ability to give back to the communities that we were doing business scaled as well. It was very easy at the time because we had no people, there was no money. It was an easy idea, really. So yes, that technology model that we have today is called the cloud, and it is becoming the dominant model for enterprise software. The idea that you can just simply sign on to a service on the internet, just like I did to create this Zoom, and that you can run your whole business. That's so exciting. That's number one. And for us to help our customers connect with their customers in a whole new way, this idea that we'd really focus and build a company that was really going to deliver on that word customer, that we're going to help you connect with that customer. And we realized in sales and service and marketing and commerce and analytics and in so many areas, we could do so much to help our customers connect with their customers in new ways. And finally, now we've, of course, given out, well, I think it soon will be $1 billion. And we've done, 7, 8, 9 million hours of volunteerism. We run 50 or 60 or 70,000 nonprofits or NGOs for free on our service. It's amazing. And so our vision, that trinity of a new technology model, a new business model, and a new philanthropic model kind of is very much fulfilled. What we thought the world was going to become. And here we are 25 years later. And the reality is that people in our industry are always overestimating what they can do in a year and underestimating what they can do in 1 decade or maybe 2 decades, or in this case, 2.5 decades, and that things really can change and move forward and get much easier to use, much lower cost, and that this is really the promise of our technology industry.
It's very interesting, and I would love to dig a little bit deeper into that 1% idea, right? Because at the very beginning, as you said, it's very easy because you don't have any money and you're not making any money. But then when the company starts growth, and we are making 20 years this year, and the amount of impact that Globant created is really amazing. Not just what we created for our clients, but also what we created for our communities. And sometimes, that second part is as important as the first. And I believe that, it's very interesting to see and why and how you were able to respect that 1%, that you decided at the very beginning, and how that was able to be sustained along the way. I'm very curious about how that happened.
Well, maybe this is one of our greatest accomplishments, that almost 20,000 companies have now copied our 1-1-1 model. That this idea of 1% equity, 1% profit, 1% time, that this really kind of turned into something that other people could easily do. There's even an organization called pledge1%.org that teaches companies how to do this. Look, I think at the end of the day, you have to remember something that Peter Drucker said, which was that, culture is going to eat your strategy for breakfast. This idea that it's not about the products that we're building, those are quite impermanent. I mean, the technology, it's constantly changing and it's moving forward. It's, the code that we have today and the ideas that we're working on in technology, the very constructs, the hardware, the software, everything has changed. Okay. But the culture, this is something that we have to nurture and move along and take care of our employees, our customers, our communities. I guess one of the things that I'm so proud of is we've given away more than $150 million to our local San Francisco, Oakland public schools. This idea that we're able to take care of our public education. Now, you have to remember that our employees love this because their kids are in those schools. And so public parks, we've given away more than $100 million to our public hospitals in San Francisco. This is irrespective of the more than $1 billion that my family has given away. This is directly from the company. And it's through this model and through other models that we've set up in the company that have continued to fund our public hospitals, our public schools, even our public parks, that this is very important to us because, being in the technology industry, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of whiz bang stuff. There's always the next great thing coming. There's always the great next entrepreneur coming. But the real fun and joy in life always comes from giving and helping other people. And this is what Salesforce is all about. We have an Ohana culture. That's the Hawaiian word for family, an idea that we're really focused on giving back and trying to improve the world. And we believe that business is the greatest platform for change and that we can use our business in ways that are improving the world. I mean, even our company is a net zero company. It's a fully renewable company. Our customers who are using our products are using a very green product, if you will. That's very important to us. So our values, that it's about trust. It's about customer success. It's about innovation. It's about equality. It's about sustainability. These are the things that are really the permanent parts of business for us. And we're very proud of the lineage over the last 25 years, but I'm even more excited about the next 25 years.
I love that. One of the things that I got more always surprised about Salesforce was this capability of reinvention. And it's a constant reinvention story because you started with a CRM, and now you have a full platform of for pretty much everything inside, a company and outside too, because you can connect and using many different tools. So I would love to, as an entrepreneur, I would love to hear the story about how that started as a CRM and how the evolution to the reinvention of where you are today, like trying to get pretty much everything, and how the thought process of building those bricks has been.
Well, as I said, this industry that we're in, it's so kind of fungible. It's constantly changing. And, the industry that I started in 40 years ago or 45 years ago, when I started my first software company, Liberty Software, I was only 14 or 15 years old, and I was writing software for all these different types of computers. I mean, that idea that the software has changed so much, but the industry has changed so much. But, it's a lot of fun to see how these things have, moved forward. And I think that, we have to develop a beginner's mind if you're going to be successful in this industry over time. In the beginner's mind, you have every possibility, but in the expert's mind, you have few. The Japanese call this shoshin. You can see this Japanese screen behind me from this amazing calligrapher a few hundred years ago, Shohaku. This idea that really got pioneered in Japan in the concept of Zen Buddhism, that, we can have this shoshin, a beginner's mind. And we have to have a beginner's mind in the tech industry because things are changing so rapidly. I mean, we even look at like artificial intelligence today. Of course, we've seen tremendous gains in artificial intelligence over the last several decades, but what we've seen just in the last several months is incredible. So you've got to
Several
be
days.
for what's happening.
Yeah, several days, I would say. Yeah, which leads me to the next question. That beginner's mind and how AI is affecting everything, and we are kind of obliged to think about AI. And as well as you, Globant started talking about AI many years ago, like 7 or 8 years ago. And I still remember when I was in front of 100% of our people saying, everybody from the most sophisticated engineer to the most recent trainee needs to learn the basics of AI. And that created like a flood of ideas and things on how to use AI for everything, for recruiting, for staffing, for coding, for testing, for many different things that we do. So AI now is more than a reality, something that is flooding us. And it's not about months, it's about days for new releases of new products, so on and so forth. And I know that you with Salesforce, you are doing a big push with Einstein 1, right? And I would love to see and understand what's your vision for the future and how this will affect everything we do, number one. And number two, which is, I think, one of the most important questions is where are the limits? We're all the time debating ourselves on which are the things that we can do, which are the things that we shouldn't push, where we should stop, where we should accelerate. So I would love to hear more about that.
Well, you're right. We're very excited about the Einstein 1 platform. And, we've been working on this for more than a decade. And this week, Einstein 1 will deliver for our customers more than 1 trillion predictive and generative AI transactions. There's so many things happening for our customers, whether they're trying to optimize their work on e-commerce or they're delivering more efficiency in a customer service example, or guiding a salesperson to make the next best offer. AI is making everyone more productive and more successful, augmenting the human experience. We use it in our personal life. We can use it in our professional life. But as we bring it into our professional life and in our enterprises, we have to be very careful and cautious that we bring it in with trust. That trust is our highest value. That's why we built our trust layers, so that your customer data is protected and prevented from going into these large language models. Because those large language models, they're quite hungry for data, and they want all your company data, and they want everything that you're going to give them. So you better be careful in how you're using them. So for our customers, we've built this trust layer that provides this kind of prophylactic shield that gives them this kind of capability of they can get all the power of predictive or generative AI, but also they can have the protection of Salesforce and using that type of technology. And I think it's very important that we build these kind of platforms that are going to make our customers' ability to use AI or build artificial intelligence applications easy for our customers. This is really important. We've started in predictive. That was a decade ago, and that's been very successful, especially in a lot of these core areas and core use cases in CRM. Now, over the last year, really, we've moved into generative AI, and we've released that technology as well to our customers in partnership, even with companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and many of the companies that were really able to harness a lot of their models that they've built, but while protecting our customer at the same time. And we're rapidly moving into a new world of autonomy, of agents, the ability that the software is just out there working on your behalf. That's very exciting. We just finished this amazing test case with the company Karen, and Francois, the CEO, and I partnered in augmenting the Gucci call center. And in the Gucci call center, we deployed our AI, and we're not sure what's going to happen. Is it going to eliminate all of the agents? Is it going to provide no value at all? Well, what happened is it made the agents even more successful. It augmented them. They became not only service agents, but sales agents and marketing agents, and the ability to work with customers in new ways. This very much fulfilled our vision for the future of Salesforce. And we were so excited about that. And I look at that example with Gucci, here it is, it's taking place, in the heart of Italy. They're using the very cutting edge of technology, but maybe with some of the finest craftsmen and most esteemed brands in the world, a luxury brand. And it's making their company better. It's making their customer relationships better. It's making their products better, their brand better. That is the promise for all of us with artificial intelligence. And that's what, I'm working on every day. And as we move from these worlds from predictive to generative into autonomy and agents, and we're about to move into AGI, I think maybe faster than anyone realized, that artificial general intelligence, we're on the cusp of this idea that the AI is really going to be omnipresent and help us in working with and guiding us and supporting us in our lives. It's really a moment, I think, that we're all going to remember. This year, 2023, is the year where AI really entered, the mainstream. This is the year where AI really became part of everything that we do, and that we all became trailblazers in AI, and that AI, which is, kind of two letters inside the word trailblazer, became pronounced. And we realized, we're going to use this to run our lives and run our businesses, and it's going to change the world, hopefully for the better.
Mark, do you think is there a limit where we should say, no, maybe AI is not good to enter into this space or any other? That's a big question.
Well, I think you really have to listen to a lot of the prophetic words of Elon Musk right now, especially in his vision of AI being an existential threat to humanity. And I think that to try to translate what he's saying is that sometimes it's hard to understand where this technology is going and what those use cases are going to be in the future. But we're about to enter a year with many elections all over the world, and we already see how this AI can create images or create videos or create messages that are, without any doubt, we can't even distinguish what is real and what is fake. So this is a big thought that we have to be thinking about. How is AI going to change our future? And what is AI going to do in an election cycle? For example, just take that one use case and just take the present moment reality that how is AI going to impact the elections in 2024? And just with the current state and capability of generative AI, and I think we can all see some of the good parts of that, but a lot of the bad parts as well. Now you have to go out 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. Where is this technology going? And when we look at these different use cases, whether it was elections or healthcare, healthcare, maybe that could be an incredible beneficent for technology and for society, that it's going to radically improve our ability to have healthy lives, but live maybe much longer lives. That's another promise of AI, not just a warning of AI.
I think that on that specific point of where the concerns of the people, there's a lot of people that is concerned about, for example, the guys are writing scripts or writing code or writing whatever, and how this technology comes. And I think it's very important, one of the messages that you just delivered, which is AI comes to accelerate. Nobody will push you to use AI if you don't want as a content creator. But yes, as a content creator, you can use them to accelerate your job. And this is going to happen organically. We don't need, as companies, we don't need to push that. But yes, we need to push where we have those things that before were impossible to be done, or changes in productivity that are dramatic because of this. So there's a big discussion there. So I think it makes a lot of sense to, I would say, to create like a common understanding among entrepreneurs and company builders and CEOs about which are the things that are yes, which are the things that are okay, but we won't push it, although we will provide the tools to work with it, and which are the things that are a no. And I think that that's a big definition that is coming moving forward. Sorry, I was putting my opinion on that on that answer. I cannot avoid it.
Hey, that's a great story. And I'll tell you a personal story just for me in the last couple of weeks is, part of trying to stay healthy and live a long life. I do preventative scans where I scan my heart and scan my body with CT scans or MRIs or this kind of technology. And up to this point, the software really has not really been there where it can really also look at the scan. Sometimes it can. That's where we got kind of the concept of a calcium score with a heart CT scan, or what they call a CTA scan. And so your heart gets scored. Here's how healthy your heart is based on the scan. Well, number two, that's interesting, is that what can happen is that the computer now can also read the scan. Isn't that interesting? And in my own case, the computer's reading the scan, different scans, and then the radiologist is also reading the scans. But the computer read the scan and the computer was wrong about some things. The AI got confused. We've all seen this even when we use ChatGPT today, or when we use Bard or whatever, that the AI can get so easily confused. In the other case, we have this idea that the radiologist still needs to be there to supervise the AI and say, actually, no, you're not right on this point. This point is not correct. And we've had that experience ourselves, haven't we? Just using ChatGPT or Bard already, where we're like, actually, are you sure about that? And it says, oh, yeah, I got that part wrong. So we're not really there yet. And so it's quite complex still, and we're still in this kind of formative stage with artificial intelligence, and there's very substantial technical reasons why that is true.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to go to the final question, Mark, after 25 years of having started such a massive initiative and with such a success, I always, tend to think that although sometimes we don't need to do what we do, we love to do what we do. And as you said before, business is the largest possible tool for changing the future of our world. And I would love to understand more about what drives you, which are the things that wakes you up in the morning to keep on driving the way you do it, because it's so unique and so amazing. So which are those drivers that makes you up in the morning?
Well, I'll tell you what I tell myself, and also what I tell my family, my friends, the same thing, which is, life is about being happy and enjoying your life. And, people will say all the time to me, oh, I want to be happy, or I want to be happier. I want to enjoy my life more, or I'm not enjoying my life right now. And I'll say, all right, let's take a moment. Let's stop here. Let's talk about this. First of all, let's make a list. Tell me, what are the 5 things that are making you unhappy right now? And people are very quick. They can start to write these things down, and I'll say, prioritize them. What are the 5 things that are making you unhappy? And they write those things down. I'll say, okay, that's very interesting. Now I'll say, now tell me, what's the 5 things that make you really happy in these moments, in these days of your life? What are those things? Let's write those things down. Okay. Now, what about this idea? Just do a little bit less, not completely eliminate, but just a little bit less of what is making you unhappy, and do a little bit more of what is making you happy. And I guarantee you're going to be a little bit happier. And I think in my, work with others, in my own company, I really just try to focus on what I enjoy, what makes me happy, what makes my customers successful, for example. And I think that over time has paid out for me and for those that I work with in an incredible way. I think it's one of the reasons why we've been able to give back at scale, through our company. Like, I'm so proud of us being not only the largest employer in San Francisco, or even the largest software company in California now, 3rd largest software company in the world, 70,000 people, about 35 billion in revenue this year. That's amazing. But far more important to me is not that we just sold a bunch of software to a bunch of companies, but that we're also the largest philanthropist corporate philanthropist in San Francisco giving to those public schools and public hospitals. That to me is very important, and that makes me happier. So I'm going to do more of that, for example. And I think that that's, kind of a message, hopefully, to the world of business, which is that business can be the greatest platform for change, that we can really identify not just how to build the next great technology or product, because those things are coming. Technology is a continuum. It is constantly getting lower cost and easier to use. And we're all riding that continuum. So those examples of more healthcare, more education, or more business technology, it's all coming. But how are we giving back, and how are we improving the state of the world? I think that is really important. And when we look at our environment, for example, what are we doing to improve our oceans? What are we doing to improve our levels of biodiversity, even our nature itself? We know we're in a climate emergency, and we know that nature has to be part of solving this. Its ability to sequester all this carbon. I was just reading this amazing research today that just came out from, Tom Crowther at ETH University in Zurich, where he showed his ability to sequester 200 gigatons of carbon through biodiversity. It's, this is a tremendous opportunity. It's one of the reasons that Salesforce has been so focused on something called 1T.org, which is our trillion tree vision, the idea that we want to nurture more biodiversity, or why we just, in our family, we just funded an ocean laboratory because we think it's so important to come up with new ideas or how to apply this technology into, our oceans, which are such a critical part of our, of humanity's health. So these are all things we can do with our business as well. We can make all of this work, and this can be a tremendous opportunity to create a greater life, or a greater success for all of us. And that's what I wish for you and your company as well.
So, Mark, thank you so much. It's not just about, it looks like it's not just about thinking big about the company, but thinking big about the world. So it's amazing to hear you. And again, it's an honor to have you here. And as always, I said, we have a great partnership with you. We'll keep on, investing and working together. And as you just said, we're just scratching the surface of what we can achieve using technology with AI and changing the world, for the better. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. Looking forward to connect.
See you soon.
See you. Cheers. Bye-bye. Cheers. Bye-bye.
I want to transform the future of the Estée Lauder companies and combine data with technology to tell our great stories.
It's a culture that we, continue to strive to cultivate, in that we want to win. We want to be the best.
There's no way back. When I look at the creative department of GAT, the best creatives are using AI.
If you like basketball or beauty products, or both, you're going to love this next panel. Our guests are Gillian Zucker, President of Business Operations for the Los Angeles Clippers, a visionary leader who has reinvented the basketball experience using emerging technology, and Jane Lauder, Executive Vice President and Chief Data Officer of the Estée Lauder Companies, a beauty industry trailblazer known for leveraging digital tools to drive innovation, personalization, and sustainability. Both will share their valuable insights with Globant COO Patricia Pomies on how tech is reshaping their respective industries.
I'm Patricia Pomies. I'm the Global COO of Globant. Today I will be hosting a beautiful conversation with these trailblazer women here, Gillian Zucker, President of Business of LA Clippers, and Jane Lauder, the Chief Data Officer of Estée Lauder. Although they are two different kind of industries, I think that both of you right now are in this challenge of having the best experience to fans and to customers. So starting with you, Gillian, what do you think are the trends the industry is making these days in terms of sports, engagement, media, entertainment, and that you can share with us so we know how is the space doing?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for having me. It's great to be here. I think sports is no different than any other business right now. The transformation and evolution of all of it is rapid. And it seems like every time you turn around, the landscape has changed dramatically. Our goal, we're in the process, the LA Clippers are in the process of building our first ever home, the Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California. It'll open this coming summer. And so it gives us an opportunity to really rethink what fan expectations are when they come to experience music and basketball. And so we started on this process about 8 years ago, put a shovel in the ground about 2 years ago. And with that, we've created kind of a structure where we expect to change people's expectations of what it's like to attend a live event. And we're doing that in partnership with Globant. So it's been a really exciting process in a way that we're sort of tackling what's going on in a changing landscape that we hope to be leaders in.
Well, this has been a very beautiful ride together. I mean, this last 2 years working together with LA Clippers. And I think that what we are thinking and planning at the Intuit Dome is completely different. So you want to tell us a little more about what you expect there and what are you planning there to do?
We did recently have a major trade where we acquired James Harden. He's our fourth first ballot Sure Hall of Famer that is in our starting lineup. And they're all from Los Angeles. So it's kind of like this very unique opportunity for us to build something pretty amazing in LA. At the same time that we're building this building, we're also building what we hope will be the team that can bring us our first championship and hopefully many more. But the building itself, the idea is, when we first thought about it, is how do you take everything that everybody says about what it's like to attend a live event and ask them all of the things that they'd rather not have happen, right? People talk about all of the friction you experience, whether it happens to be getting into a parking lot, or it happens to be getting your ticket taken, or going through security, or whatever it is that you may want to do, even utilizing restrooms. And so what we thought about is, okay, what can be solved with architecture, which is how do you design a building that puts things where they need to be so that people can most readily use them? And then how do you use technology to solve the rest of it? And that's where our intersection comes with Globant, is that we've been able to really, I think through all of these things and bring together lots of leaders in technology. And then the integration piece of that has been the piece that I think is really the most critical to get right. So it's really been, I think, an exciting journey. And we can't wait to roll it out to fans. I think it's going to change everything.
Jane, I want to ask you about the beauty industry. Most of us know that it depends a lot in retail. So how do you think that the technology and how are you planning to reinvent that in terms of giving your customers the best experience?
Thank you. Again, I'm happy to be here with all of you too. And though our industries are slightly different, I think we're both using technology to really connect with our consumers. And, we've been in business for over 75 years, and the business was started by my grandmother, Esty. And at the time, she was a one-woman research and development person. She was, the chief data officer at the time, the chief scientist, the head of R&D, mixing up, lotions in her kitchen. But she believed that the highest quality products and the high-touch experience with the consumer would really be what would set her apart. And so it was that one-to-one storytelling relationship that she created. Now, fast forward, 75 years later, that still is our North Star, that one-to-one relationship, those high-quality products. But today we do it in a completely different way through technology. So, she could see maybe 100 customers in a week. We can see 100 million in minutes through, technology, having that personalized service, and we can tailor it to consumers along their entire journey. So I think it's very similar, but it has changed so much, and it really supports everything we do.
Well, we were talking about how social media was impacting the industry also. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so I think, if I think about the beauty industry, over the past 20 years, there have been 3 really big technology inflection points. So the first one was e-commerce, and that changed the way that we sold product and that we shopped. The second one was social media and the smartphone. That changed the entire way that we communicate. And now we're at another inflection point with generative AI, and I think that's going to change every aspect of what we do. But social media, has been the most recent one and has really impacted the entire way that we communicate with consumers. And we were talking about this earlier. Her niece loves products. I mean, this is where they get their information. In the past, it used to be you'd come into a store, you'd have someone behind the counter helping you find a product, or you would read a magazine and see experts. Today, anyone with a phone and an opinion is an expert. And so that's part of what, we're seeing today. And, again, TikTok this is where it converges together with the AI algorithm. We can really see what are the stories that people are connecting with? How does that, how do we start to see what they're saying, what they're thinking about the product? And that really helps us drive everything from how do we market to how do we create new products, find new ways, new intersections.
Well, both of you are very visionaries, leaders. And how do you keep your innovative culture and this? Well, in Globant, we say that we have this DNA of entrepreneur. We are all the time challenging the status quo. We have platforms that are giving us that space where we can challenge each other. We can build beautiful teams, agile teams also. And we foster that because of the tools, because of the career path that we built inside Globant, but also because the leaders, we flip the orchard. We put the teams on the top of the pyramid and all the people who's running the company on the bottom. And that is not only a vision, it's something that is also reflected in all the systems that we have inside the company. So in your organizations, probably if you can tell us more about how do you keep this innovative DNA inside?
I think with ours, there's a few things, and we have an interesting org chart too. Ours looks more like a bullseye, and at the center of it are our athletes and our music artists. So these are the people that we serve, and all of us are just constantly reminded that's what we're there for. But one of the unique things about being part of a sports organization is the people that are drawn toward it, they tend to be very competitive. And that is something, it's a culture that we, continue to strive to cultivate, in that we want to win. We want to be the best. We want to be first. And once you're there, you have to continue to have that incredible drive to stay there. It's not about winning one championship, it's about winning every single year. And so I think there is just naturally that competitive nature that exists in our environment. That's something that we tend to foster. And I think the second thing is, given that our chairman, Steve Ballmer, has been somebody who's worked in an entrepreneurial culture his entire career, what's gotten him there is not being afraid to take risks. And so you have to create an environment where people can take risks and not be afraid of what's going to happen if they're not successful. Obviously it's about identifying the best path forward and saying, okay, this is a risk worth taking, but you got to take big swings to achieve big things. So, as we're thinking about what we're trying to achieve with this new building, we are all in on this. We are all in on tech. We are driving it forward. It's a little bit the spirit of, if you ask people many, many years ago if they wanted a faster horse, they would say, yes, I want a faster horse. But what they didn't know was they actually wanted a Ferrari. And so now we're saying, okay, what is that Ferrari of today that people think, okay, this is what I want in my building of the future. This is what I want for my sports organization or my music experience in the future. And really thinking about what that might look like and giving them something that they could not even possibly dream of.
Thank you. That looks amazing. And it's like a never-ending story, right? It's all the time thinking new things and having a great vision of the future. So, Jane, what about Estelle there?
Yeah. So at Estée Lauder, so I think part one is that beauty is personal, and the personal is really driven by data. And, part of that is to understand really our consumer. And when I was talking again about my grandmother at the beginning, she would go into people's bathrooms, see what the colors they had, open their cabinets. We probably, I'll still do that today. But, collecting all of the information about what was important to consumers. Today we think about that. We do it on a much bigger scale. We have hundreds of millions of consumers. We have information about them. Technology lets us know them even better, what they like, what they're using, what they're looking at. But I think, what's really interesting about our industry is that innovation is not just about serving what people want. It's about creating the desire and the aspiration. And that's, something we call aspirational intelligence. So it's not just what people said, but it is that, looking at all of those different touch points to say, what is going to be exciting and desirable to them? And we have a method in our company, which we talk about combining the math and the magic. It's really using, our digital brain and our company's creative heart. It's merging those two together. You need the data, you need the insights, but then what you do with it and how you create a desirable product, a story, and an image that creates excitement is really where the magic happens.
You start talking about your grandmother, and that built this company 75 years ago. What about your story? I mean, everybody was asking me, what's the story of Jane? I mean, how she became the chief data officer in Lauder?
Yeah, so thank you. That's, I think that I did not know when I was a little girl that I would be in the beauty industry, even though I spent a lot of time with my grandmother and my rest of my family. But, as I got older, I realized that it's such a great industry. It combines business, it combines technology, it combines, storytelling and, all different aspects of the business. And I spent 24 years working in our brand side. So we have over 20 brands, and I worked, most recently, I was the president of Clinique. And so I was really on the business side, building brands and really driving brands. And then during, I said the social media kind of revolution and what was happening there, I realized how important it was to connect with your consumer, know information about your consumer, and that was going to transform everything we did going forward. So at the time, I was still running Clinique, and I was developing and building our data vision and plan for the company, and how do we bring all of our consumer data together? How do we start to connect it across all of our brands? And so that's kind of how I said, I want to transform the future of the Estée Lauder companies and combine data with technology and really be able to tell our great stories to our consumers in an engaging way. And so that's kind of how the journey ended up here.
Wow, amazing. I mean, well, I come from communication science, so I kind of changed my path into the operational side. And when I was a kid, I was thinking I will end my career being a journalist. You can tell that I'm not a journalist at all.
I think you're doing great.
You're interviewing us, so it comes in
Yes,
handy.
probably, but this is not what I do on an everyday basis. But what was fun is that I started doing digital content, and then I started running digital programs, and then, I ended up 10 years ago in Globant, and I start this beautiful journey together with the Globant team, and that is all the time challenging me to be a different person and having different roles and redesigning teams. And it's all about the team that made you probably challenging you and thinking differently. So Gillian, your story is fantastic. You were all the time thinking about the sports. So you end up in the sport industry, but on the business side. Yeah. So you want to tell us your story is amazing.
Yeah, I actually, strangely enough, also thought I was going to be a journalist. So I was a writing major, went to a small liberal arts school in New York called Hamilton College, where really what they were teaching you was to explore your passions and what you were good at, and learning a little bit more about yourself. And my senior year, I found a sports journalist and was supposed to spend half a day with them. And he was covering a minor league hockey game. So he took me there, and I got there, and I'm looking around, and I'm watching this guy, and he's sort of bouncing around the arena, and he goes down onto the ice, and he's throwing frisbees, and he comes up and is interacting with groups, and I hear people cheering, and I'm just sort of watching him. He comes up to the press box, and I said, "What do you do here?" And so he takes me up to the back row of the press box, and he says, "Type into this machine on your feet." And so I type it in, and he goes, "Okay, when I say go, you hit this button over here." So he says, "Go." I hit the button, and the entire arena stands up, and he says, "That's what I do here." And I thought, that's what I want to do with my life. I got to figure that out. So obviously many, many, many years later, but I put a stake in the ground when I was a senior in college and said, I'm going to be the president of a professional sports franchise, and just never wavered. So power of intention.
Wow, that's an amazing story, right? You achieve it. I want to open to some questions. We have some time. Any questions that you want to ask us? Yes, there.
So around innovation and disruption, and just how you see incumbent strength and newcomers coming into the field, maybe specifically in the Lauder category. Talk to me a little bit about how you see what you're building inside versus what you acquire versus new competition.
Well, that's a lot. Okay, so let me start to take it bit by bit. So first of all, I think there are a lot of people out there with a lot of great ideas, a lot of great brands, and we love that. The more people are talking about beauty, the better it is for all of us. But I'd say, in this moment, and I was talking about the inflection moment with generative AI, it's a moment for big legacy companies actually to have a competitive advantage for the first time in quite some time. So if you think about back to, I talked about e-commerce and social media, part of generative AI and the future is people who have vast amounts of data and proprietary data and the knowledge of how to use it actually have a competitive advantage. And so you think about our company having over 75 years of data in all different ways about ingredients, clinical claims, all of our products, all of our information, all of our hundreds of millions of consumers. Now, how you combine that together in the future to create new breakthrough products, new innovation, new storytelling is really going to be, I think, quite transformational. So, there's great competition out there, and I wouldn't count anyone out, but I think it's really about, again, staying close to what the consumer wants. The second part, and I think it's probably interesting about our similar industries, is that we create product. So our company is first and foremost a company creating great high-performance product and high-touch experiences. And so that's at the root of everything we do. We use technology to support those enduring strengths. And so when you think about it is, I always say to my team that, fads come and go, but quality never goes out of style. And I think if we spend all of our time thinking about the highest quality products, the best, we were talking about earlier how much testing we do and how much we make sure that these products are something that people love. So anyone can get someone to buy a product once. Getting them to buy it the second time is when all of our profit happens and when you really have these lifetime consumers.
And I think, when you're talking about disruption, one of the most important things is really to look up and look around and see what's going on around you. So, about 5 years ago, we looked up and saw what Netflix was doing and said, if you think about the number of people that will touch our product by coming into our building and actually watching it live, it's a finite number. We only have so many seats. But, the number of people who can watch it through any kind of broadcast channel is infinite. And so we really embarked on this plan to see how we could disrupt the broadcast industry. And when our television rights came up, we were ready. We had partnered with a company that utilized AI and computer vision in order to create graphic overlays in near real time over the top of our game footage and helped people to better understand our games, made it better to watch in different kind of platforms, especially on your phone where you could see the names of the guys over their heads as they were moving around. And to be able to offer that direct to consumer was something that we believed was going to disrupt the sports industry. So fast forward now 5 years, we've got multiple teams who have direct-to-consumer packages. We do it with our local rights, and that's been one place where we've really been able to drive change and I think make it better for consumers. When you're really thinking about what do people want, that's the thing that should be what's driving disruption. And then I think you'll see it in the new building. When I'm talking about the type of technology that can make a difference, we've sort of talked about how do you create a building that's like your living room? What do you love about watching a game in your living room? Is when you need to go get something to eat, you get up, you walk to the fridge, you open it up, you grab what you want, and you walk out. Well, how do you do that for 20,000 people when they all want something at the exact same time? And technology has the capability to do that at this point, but you would have to start from scratch in order to build out the right kind of footprint to be able to do it, to have the right kind of partners that drive, the right kind of bandwidth and technology to make everything work the way that it's supposed to. So we're very excited to have the opportunity in association with Globant. You're on the hook now, to make sure that this disruption actually works.
Yes, thank you. And about Globant, well, the founders of the company built this company 20 years ago, and the story is fantastic because they think about this dream in a bar in Buenos Aires, and they say, we want to be the best software company in the world, and we want to bring the best software in the world. And 20 years later, I think that we are doing that. We still have that entrepreneur mindset, that disruptive mindset in terms of giving all the industries, and that is something very disruptive. It's not that we specialize in one industry. We have, of course, media and entertainment, we have finance, we have beauty, we have many industries, and in each of them, what we are doing is working together with our clients in order to give the best experience that they can have for their clients, for their customers, for their fans. I mean, we have many different profiles and studios inside Globant, but we don't put silos. We are all the time mixing them, and we are all the time thinking about, okay, we need people from different kind of specialties in order to give the best. So that kind of mixes and that kind of special thing that we're doing is giving this disruptive and innovating DNA that Globant has. So I think I also answered your question. Sorry, it was for her, but I couldn't stop. So any other question? Yes.
When you build a stadium, it allows you to sort of completely level set and rethink the sort of experience, as you mentioned. How have you thought about that? And how has that sort of driven how you work with brand partners and how you design the stadium to sort of bring value to both your fans and to the corporate partners that you work with?
Great question. Well, it starts with the name of the facility. So it's Intuit Dome. And it was really important for us when we went out to talk to partners who were interested in naming rights on the facility to find somebody who shared the things that were important to us, that had this ability to be able to have a broad reach, that by doing the things that we do and by them doing the things that they do, that we would make each other better. And I think that's where we started with Intuit, which has really been a tremendous relationship already and something that I think people will see more and more about how the synergies between the two companies are working together once the building opens this summer. With Globant, we've really talked about the way that we're utilizing them and all of the places that they touch in terms of the technology, we think is going to change the way that people experience live events. And we will have people from all over the world who want to come to this facility and see it for themselves. And so Globant is not only our partner, but also a tenant in our building. So they are moving into Intuit Dome. They have a space that's actually right next to my office, so that we're all really, truly partners. We're living together and working together in the same space so that we can really serve as a living, breathing example of their capabilities. So it's something we're very excited about. And you'll see that throughout the entire project with all of the brands that we're working with, is putting the right brands in the right places so that it's not interfering with people's experience, but it's actually enhancing it. I spent about 15 years in motorsports with NASCAR. And I remember once, and I tell this story all the time to our marketing teams, is I was walking down pit road with someone and they turned and looked at one of the race cars and it had nothing on it. It was just an all-white car. And they said, "What's wrong with that one?" And when you think about that, sponsorship has become such an important part of NASCAR, which the badge is all over everything, that when it's not there, it seems like something must be wrong. So how do we take that spirit and bring it into the building and bring it into everything that we do? And I think that that's what you'll see.
I think we have another question there, and the last one.
How are each of your companies using technology to help you manage your environmental impact and footprint, and where do you see that playing out, in short and long term?
Do you want me to go first? Okay, so that's a great question. We were talking about that earlier, and I think there's a lot of different ways, because we're definitely very focused on making sure that whatever we do is sustainable and environmentally friendly. So part one is really thinking about the entire supply chain and how we think about the demand generation of product and the supply, because we don't want to, if we create too much of something that someone doesn't want, it will go into excess. So part of AI, and we've been using it for years in demand planning, but even getting better at that is going to help with the entire supply chain in terms of how you ship, how you look at your entire footprint, how we manufacture in different locations so that we're closest to the consumer, so you don't have to ship as much and do air or boat. So there's a lot within the supply chain that is a huge part. But then there's also the side from the consumer perspective, and I'll give you an example. One of our technologies that I don't know how many people in the room have tried virtual try-on technology for cosmetics. Okay, yes. Thank you. But one of the biggest challenges is if anyone has ever bought a color cosmetic product online. In the past, it used to be, okay, I don't know which shade. I'm looking at these swatches online. I can't tell. What do I do? And so a huge part of e-commerce was a lot of returns, and all of those returns get destroyed. And so you think about the impact of sustainability in the environment with all of those returns. Having virtual try-on has cut that rate of return and down to very little. And so you think about that, and you think about not only is it technology for helping you pick the right product, but also the entire supply chain downstream in order to make the right product.
And I think with our building, we had an opportunity kind of to start from scratch. And when this is a priority for you, there are things that you can do from the get-go to ensure that you're doing the right things for the environment. So the first thing we did is make a decision to make the building fully electric. And in doing that, we decided, well, would it be possible to put enough solar panels on the roof of this gigantic building in order to be able to power a Beyonce concert or a full NBA basketball game? And the answer to that, it turned out, was yes. With the help of a lot of technological partners, we were able to do that. So we do have a fully electric building with this massive battery that can keep us off grid in a place like California where, certainly from an electrical standpoint, we want to make sure that we're doing our best to be able to maintain standards and be able to keep the electrical system as safe and stable as possible. And then in addition to that is the operation of the building. So how do you do things that are, when you're thinking about sustainability, that are part of everybody's process in the building? So when we first got our first plans for the building, there was this little room and it was labeled copy machine. And I turned to the architect and said, you got to take that off. We don't have any copy machines in the building. And he was like, what? I'm like, there's no copy machines, no printers anywhere in this building. So there are no copy rooms because there's no need for them. Turn it into a closet. So we ended up getting a lot of storage back, incidentally, which was pretty cool. But anyway, these types of things are the types of things that I think are going to be, really interesting. Now, we're still dealing with some challenges. If anybody knows anyone at FedEx, we're trying to figure out how you send a FedEx without printing a label. So bring it on if you got some answers. But literally, that's our goal, is a completely paperless environment that, the things that we're purchasing, be it through concessions or retail, merchandise marketplace, that tends to be something that, really you have to work hard in order to provide sustainable retail. So just having a really, really concerted focus on it. And look, our building will be LEED Platinum certified, but there's a new level. It's called LEED Zero, and you can qualify for it in 4 different areas. And our hope is that, it's possible that we could be the first to achieve all 4. So that would be our goal.
Well, thank you very much. We ran out of time. Sorry about that. I want to finalize. In terms of sustainability in Globant, we have a program that is called Be Kind, and it have one of the main pillars is Be Kind to the Planet, and it has 2 main strategies. One that has to do with a sustainability studio where we help companies being more sustainable using technology and applying AI to processes in terms of that. And the other has to do with what we are doing inside Globant as a carbon neutral company and how we are applying AI and different kind of things in order to be more sustainable every day. So thank you for the question. Thank you everyone for being here. It has been an amazing morning. Thank you very much, both of you. You are
Thank you.
Inspiration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The sports and entertainment industries are about to change. And we're driving this evolution. Powered by a technology industry partner and a sports and entertainment leader. Are you ready to feel the impact of the reinvention of sports and entertainment? Welcome to a new era, where you'll embark on a journey to ignite the passion of your fans, empower your sports teams, boost your organization's performance. It's time to harness the power of technology, looking to the future as a team. It's time to feel Sportian.
From laying down hip-hop tracks to designing couture, AI is reshaping the creative landscape, opening up new and exciting avenues of originality and expression. And while we've only just begun to scratch the surface of AI's artistic potential, creative enterprises everywhere are already using it to transform their businesses. To gain insight into this ongoing revolution, we sat down with advertising trailblazer Anselmo Ramos, co-founder of the award-winning ad agency GUT. Joining him is Globant's Global Brand Officer, Wanda Weigert.
Thank you, Cleo. It's a pleasure for me to be here today in Converge to talk not just about AI and marketing, which is a topic that I feel very passionate about, but also to talk about the person that is sitting next to me, Anselmo Ramos. He is part of GAT. He's one of the co-founders of GAT. GAT is a company, an agency, a creative agency that we acquired. We are very excited for this operation, not just because of the creativity that they are bringing to the table, but also of the possibilities that this operation and this merger is bringing to our partnership now and to the history of Globant. GAT is one of the most creative agencies in the world. It's not just me saying it. They have been named Independent Agency of the Year this year in Cannes after winning 35 Cannes Lion and 3 Grand Prix.
They recreated the voices of iconic people such as myself using AI. Then using GPT-4 generated bar conversations between us and invited people to have a beer with history.
Is that? Yes, it is. The boys from Liverpool. It's an honor to meet you. You won 4 gold medals during Nazi Germany's reign.
But I was determined to show the world that black athletes could be just as successful as anyone else.
That's how I discovered radium.
That's quite a story, Doctor.
Well, my dear, you may not have discovered radium, but you sure have discovered that your hip shakes can cause a lot of radiation.
So without any further ado, I'm happy to welcome here Anselmo Ramos, one of GAT's co-founder. Hi, Anselmo.
Hi, Wanda. How are you? I'm good.
And how did GAT was born? How was it created? Why GAT?
Well, GAT was this dream that Gaston and I had about starting an agency from scratch, like 100% independent, right? We had founded one before GAT, David. It was part of Ogilvy and WPP, and it was great because we learned how to do it, how to start an agency from scratch on their dime. So it was great. All we had to do was find clients and come up with ideas and keep the relationships, but we had all the back office, right? So when we decided to open GAT, it was 100% on our own, right? Okay. And it was self-funded. So I took a second mortgage on my house.
Whoa.
I called my family and I said, hey, we're doing this. We're gonna be 2 years without a salary and all that. So my daughters got worried at first. They were like, oh, Dad, what if it doesn't work? And I'm like, no, don't worry. We can always get a job. So it was great, and it was a great experience.
But what was the dream? Why the name GAT?
Well, the name captures the kind of work that we want to do. It says it all. It's a very visceral work. It makes you feel something, any sort of emotion. It's also very intuitive. We tend to trust our intuition a lot.
Okay.
So it kind of defines who we are as people and the kind of work that we want to do. We want to do gutsy work, courageous work, brave work. So the name says it all. We actually love the name because the name comes with a philosophy, right? So our clients sometimes use our name in meetings. We've heard clients saying, for example, oh, now I understand why the agency is called GAT. But we've also heard clients saying, well, I thought that the agency was called GAT.
Okay.
Like, expecting something better.
It sets a bar.
So it sets the bar really high, yeah.
And if you have to choose between your gut and data, what would you choose?
Both are actually very important because we say that there are 2 ways to come up with ideas. The first way is data-driven, gutsy executed, right? So you start with data. You find a powerful piece of data, and then you execute that in a gutsy, brave, creative way, right? Because we are surrounded by data every day. Our clients have data coming from every brand touch point every single day. But data is nothing without gut. You need both, right?
Yeah.
So that's the first way to come up with idea. Data-driven, gutsy executed. And it's the most common way. The second way is the opposite. It's gut-inspired, data-validated.
Okay.
So you wake up one day, and because you know the brand positioning, and the brand values and personality, you say, what if we do this for the brand? And it's just an instinct, right? And then you validate that with data. So data and intuition, both are always there in our process. Yeah, and it's almost like a dance. Sometimes data is leading, sometimes gut is leading, intuition is leading, but both are always there.
Okay. And why do you, now we are announcing this partnership, right? I'm so happy and excited about this. But why did you choose Globant? I know why we chose God. Why did you choose Globant?
Well, we chose each other,
Yes.
you know. I think it's a very rare case of a client acquiring an agency. You know, it's so uncommon in our industry. And this is amazing because we've been working together already for 3 years. And I think it's very strategic and complementary partnership. And I think I cannot wait to see what we're going to do together. I'm super curious. We're coming to this relationship, like anything that we do in life, we're coming 50% confident and 50% humble. We are bringing all our passion, our creativity, our obsession about ideas and communications, but at the same time, we're coming very humble because we have a lot to learn. And I cannot wait to learn everything from Globant.
Of course, we are going to learn a lot about you. Bringing the two worlds together, technology and creativity, I think that there is a huge opportunity there.
I think that's the power, right? When you put together creative and technology, it's just amazing. It's mind-blowing, right? So we're joking that it's like this is putting together tech nerds and ad nerds, right? Engineers and creatives.
I love it.
Like Globers and Gutsies. And just see what happens. So I think it's a great partnership. I think God can help Globant with more branding, communications, storytelling. So Globant become an even more complete company, able to do everything, right, end to end. It's a one-stop solution, helping clients with anything they need, from communications, operations, business, and for us, for God, I think we are going to have access to more tools for our creativity. You know, we love bold and brave ideas. And now, powered by tech, there's nothing we cannot do.
Yeah.
There's nothing we cannot do. I think God's going to be even gutsier with Globant because we're going to be able to produce even bolder and gutsier ideas. So I'm really excited about it.
No, definitely. And for us, as you say, it's an amazing opportunity. We are working with major brands all over the world and we are producing the products that are reaching their audiences and being able to position these products and give the clients the opportunity to position these products in a different way, in a more attractive way. I think that it's going to be mind-blowing for everyone.
It's going to be great. I cannot wait to start.
And talking about technology, you mentioned that bringing together technology and creativity is going to change how things are done. How is technology changing the advertising industry today?
Oh, it's changing drastically. There's no way back. Like right now, when I look at the creative department of God, the best creatives are using AI in the creative process, right? So the writers are using ChatGPT, for example. The art directors are using Midjourney.
They are using it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
The art directors are using Midjourney. And, you know...
Is the industry scared about AI?
The best creatives are not scared, you know, because it's not going to replace your job unless you're really bad at your job, right? Like, example, if you're a bad writer, yeah, you should be scared because, you know, ChatGPT is pretty good. And it's fast, and it knows everything, and, you know, it gives you a lot of options, and, you know, so you should be scared. But if you're a great writer, and you have a unique voice, and you have a unique style of writing, you should not be scared because I think with the rise of AI, I think great writers, for instance, will be more in demand because you need that human touch, you know, even more now. So you can even charge a premium, you know, for that human touch. So I think the best creatives are not scared. They are embracing AI as just part of the creative process, right? And it's almost like we are in a business that we talk a lot to reach to great ideas, right? We just talk until you find something. So AI is almost like having an extra seat in the brainstorm session, you know? And it's just a very smart person, very fast, that works 24/7 for you. So it's almost like you have a creative assistant, always, you know, next to you, always available. So the best creatives are just using that, It's interesting. I was asking some creatives about what they think about AI. And some of the answers that I got are so interesting. Brooks from Sao Paulo, for instance, he said, for me, creating with AI, creating with ChatGPT is like playing ping pong, right?
Okay.
You ping the AI pong, and you just keep playing. Sometimes you're gonna miss a ball. Like you are gonna write a prompt that's not really interesting, or the AI will answer something that's okay, that's not what you're expecting. It's fine, it's part of the game, but sometimes it's gonna flow, It's gonna be beautiful, ping pong, it's gonna be beautiful.
And you are talking about how you are using AI in your agency. How are you using AI or other technologies for your clients?
We're using AI a lot for the creative process,
Okay.
to help us to come up with ideas, to write scripts, and to generate images, right? So right now, AI is about generative AI. So we're using that to generate a song, an audio, a poem, a script, an image. Like only a year ago, we would call a sketch artist to draw things for us, right? Not anymore. So the art director can just go to Midjourney and do that very quickly. So it changed like dramatically. It's completely different. It got to a point that we cannot even imagine how we used to live without AI as part of the creative process.
What about the audiences? Are they experiencing the same thing with Midjourney images, for instance, and with a traditionally created campaign?
I think it's a more internal thing. It's just part of our internal process. You still need a human touch at the beginning, right? Like for the prompt, and at the end, to really make sure that the image looks right, that the script looks right. You still need that human touch at the beginning of the process and the end of the process. So it's not that we can tell AI, hey, come up with a campaign for that client. It's not gonna happen.
Of course.
It's just like a collaboration, right? So the best creatives understand that it's not a replacement,
Okay.
It's collaboration.
Do you have any case study or campaign that you have done using AI that you can share with us?
I think the best example is probably the Artois probability.
Okay.
It was done by GUT Buenos Aires. We won a Grand Prix on creative data this year in Cannes. And the idea is very simple. There are a lot of paintings, oil paintings, that portray beer,
Yep.
right? And Stella Artois is a beer from 1366. It's really old. And then we were wondering, maybe some of those beer, right, on those oil paintings, maybe they are Stella Artois. So we developed, using creative data, we started to analyze the shape of the glass, the color of the liquid, the location of the painting,
Okay.
the distance from the painting to the brewery. And then, with all those inputs, we would calculate the probability of that beer being Stella Artois. So we'll look at a painting, by Renoir and say, okay, that beer has 67% of chance of being Stella Artois. That's the Artois probability of that beer, right?
That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was a great idea.
What do you foresee the future looking like?
What I do think, when think about AI, I think right now AI is like collaborating with us, right? But I think, you eventually get to a point where AI will become more creative than it is right now, you know, and will maybe generate prompts without us even asking. Like right now, for instance, we are working on internal, it's very scrappy, okay? That was before the announcement, now we need your help. But we are working on a gutsy version of AI, right?
Okay.
But basically what we're trying to do is, we're trying to create a version where the AI will give us prompts that are very useful for creatives, And it's basically about interesting facts. Because creatives, when they find an interesting fact, a nugget, like an insight, that's the basis for a great idea. So we're trying to train and fine-tune an AI, and Christian Pierre is leading there, so the AI basically the AI will wake up every day, have coffee, and scan the internet and provide creatives with a lot of insights and interesting facts. So creatives can just come up with ideas for the brands. We're trying, we don't know, we need your help now.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah, we're trying.
And now I have two personal questions to start wrapping up, because this has been very interesting. First of all, do you have, what's the most valuable thing that you learned as a leader that no one ever told you, a leader of a company? Something that you want to share with our audience?
Yeah, I think Gaston and we learned that the most important thing is the culture, It's about creating the culture, designing the culture. We say something that's like this, right? If you don't design the culture will design itself. So we are obsessed about the culture. And, we create names for things like, oh, that's the gut X-ray, that's the gut punch, and we have a brand positioning and values and a mission and a vision, and we have principles. We're obsessed about culture. We love culture. Culture is everything.
For us, it's the same thing. I think that's why we are together
that's
now.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my last question would be talking about future leaders. What advice would you give to young creatives that are starting in this world and that are going to be facing AI and ChatGPT and other tools that can enhance their work?
I would tell every young creative out there, don't be afraid of AI. Okay? Don't be scared. It's not gonna replace you if you're good. If you're bad, then you should be scared. But if you're good, don't be afraid. Embrace AI. It's gonna be part of your journey. It's gonna be just like someone always next to you, so you can bounce off ideas, right? With AI, you can be less afraid of that blank page. Because for me, AI is like if you have your own entourage. So imagine that when you look at the blank page, now next to you, you have a writer, you have a photographer, you have a sketch artist, you have an audio engineer, you have a filmmaker, you have a poet, and they're all there for you. So don't be scared. AI is here to help you in your creative journey.
That's been amazing. Thank you so much, Anselmo.
One of my missions is to tell stories about inspiring people who are disruptors, who stand at the intersection of art and science.
We always believe that talent is everywhere. And this is a very important message.
We are Globant Create. We bring creativity, digital media, technology, data, and the power of AI together to turn the impossible into possible. Challenge the rules, improve them, and reinvent them. We create new ways to communicate, to experience, to perform, to engage, helping our clients to orchestrate their go-to-market strategy and improve results by enabling a seamless view of the data and the customer. Technology is the vehicle that moves the world forward, but creativity is the energy that drives it. That is what we believe, and that is what we do. We are Globant Create. We are the creative, marketing, advertising, and digital media studio of Globant.
Behind every great brand is a great story, a compelling narrative that captures its core identity and the value that it brings to the world. James Vincent, founder and CEO of Founder, a firm that provides narrative development and long-term strategy for entrepreneurs and startups, has devoted his life to crafting these stories. He is also the guest host of Fast Company's Most Innovative Companies podcast, where he interviews some of the most influential founders of our time. Today, at Converge, he's going to interview Martín Migoya, co-founder and CEO of Globant, to learn about Globant's journey from scrappy startup to global brand.
Because you did start in Argentina in the middle of, I think, a recession. And I do know there's a founding story, and I think it involves you in a bar somewhere. Do you want to tell that story and then tell us How did you grow into a global behemoth?
I'm sure many of you are founders of companies. The bar always play a big role, in the funding process. And the beers that you drink in that bar also played, a big role in our funding process. And we were drinking beers and dreaming about a single line in a whiteboard that said, let's sell in the US and in the UK. That was it. That founding principle still is valid today. We sell a lot in Latin America, and we have amazing customers now. It's a very important market for Globant, but the main market still is the US, where we have our main customers. And what we did that day was we wrote the line, and we used our first dollars. That was absolutely our dollars. So we put $5,000 each to make a trip and to meet people. From a bar in which we wrote a line, for me, and this is an important message that I always talk to founders, when you are thinking about a big idea, when you're thinking about something really strategic, things that are really strategic are extremely simple. And sometimes we try to find like a very difficult strategy for doing things, and we don't realize that the big important ideas are very simple, that well executed takes you everywhere.
Right. Let's imagine that was the first decade, and I want to talk about the last decade, because you were telling me a story about how 8 or 9 years ago you got the whole company together and you told them they have to learn how to have a relationship with machines, with AI.
So we said one day, this is coming, and this is coming big time. So basically, I stood up in front of a whole organization. I still recommend that to many founders when they want to do both things. And I said, 100% of our people, 100%, from the most sophisticated engineer to the most recent, of the newcomers of the company, even the assistants, everyone, 100% needs to learn the rudiments of AI and needs to understand the difference between programming and training a machine, right? And we put together a course. 98% of the people took that course. And what happened was pretty unbelievable. Basically, we started to cross ideas from everyone. And the ideas of AI started to flourish inside Globant. And everyone started to throw out ideas at my desk or at someone of our executive team's desk, saying, why don't we use AI to replace this and this process? For example, how we use AI to not be that biased when we are recruiting, or how we use AI to staff projects and people. And one of the most difficult things we have in 29,000 people, even when we were 1,000 people, was to understand which people to put into the right project. So why don't we use AI to help us with that? And why don't we use AI to help us coding? Everybody today is talking about Copilot. At Globant, we filed a patent in 2020 for something very similar to Copilot, which led to one of our products today, which is called Augoor. And this is the product of 7 years of pushing and investing on AI. So I believe what's happening today does not surprise me. It's really something that we're expecting. But yes, what surprised me is the speed at which everything is happening right now. Mm-hmm. I think that every company here in this room should be prepared or should be doing something about this because what's coming is really impressive, and the amount of things that will be able to be solved in a cheap way that before was almost impossible to solve is really impressive. Which takes me to, we have been thinking a lot inside Globant where to apply and to push and to oblige AI and where to be a little bit more relaxed. Because there's a big discussion, and you have seen, for example, the strikes for writers and so on and so forth. But my take on that is, and of course, as every idea is every day evolving, but my take on that is, basically, if you are a content producer, let's say you are producing a script or a piece of code, or let's say a program, then I'm hiring you, and you're responsible for that. Mm-hmm. So if you want to use AI for that, if you want to accelerate that using ChatGPT, it's your business. I mean, as a company, I need to put those tools available for those that want to use it, but I cannot push you to use it.
Right.
Because the end responsible, no matter how much AI exists, is yours.
Yeah.
Is yours. So it's yours.
Yeah.
Now, there's another case in which companies must push it. I gave the example of when how to match projects with people.
Mm-hmm.
There's no human that can know how 29,000 people know what they know, how they perform in each of their projects. So AI can do things that humans cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
So in those cases, for me, it's very clear that companies must push the use of AI.
Right.
And in the other case, I cannot push you. I mean, you must decide by yourself. You have enough autonomy. You should have enough autonomy to decide when to use it or when to not. So that's why I think that whole discussion that is happening these days, well, the AI will take over jobs. AI will accelerate jobs. AI will be available for those that are producing a content that want to get that content faster, absolutely. But the amount of personal touch that content, being whatever that content is, must be yours.
Yeah.
So I believe that's kind of a limit where companies don't need to lose focus, right?
Right. No, I think it's really interesting, sort of bringing. We worked with Howie at Airtable, and that was actually something that you brought into work yourself. And that people started using Airtable 5 or 6 years ago, and they were like, why is that department doing so well? You're like, oh, because they're using Airtable. Oh, wow, cool. Maybe we should get some more nodes. And so there's that. And actually, iPhone there wasn't a one conversation with an IT manager. It was all people saying, we want iPhones, and coming in and sort of. So there's that, like, allow people to bring it themselves and bring their passion with them. And then there's the other sort of more top-down, which is, these are the things that we must automate with AI. And the combination of both is, I think, what you're talking about now.
Yeah. There's a lot of gray spaces in the middle. I mean, you will have like 25 examples of things that are not the two things I described. But it serves as a wireframe, as a way of thinking it moving forward.
It's a good starting point, yeah. Some of the things, I just want to get into sort of some of the challenges organizationally of change. So when it was digital and physical, when it's adding in AI. And then one of the things I remember reading about Globant is that you kind of flip the organizational chart and you put the experts kind of right at the front. And so people are interacting with the experts. Can you tell us about, is that particularly unique in your industry? Is that something that you think you may have?
When you see big organizations, you will see like big pyramids. And you have one CEO and then the rest of the people following whatever the management chain decides. What I think next generation organizations must do is to flip that. I mean, they need to put on top the teams that are delivering the products, delivering the solutions for your customers. And then all of the rest needs to follow and needs to, make the environment as simple as possible to make that happen. Right. So what we did at Globant was to flip the org chart. I mean, that's one of the instances of how things can be done. I mean, any founder can do it the way they want. But what we did was to put the org chart the other way around. So we put all our pods on the top and all of us on the bottom, and us being, in the lower part of the bottom of the pyramid. So we are serving those guys to be successful. But it's not about just saying it, but also representing that in everyday decisions, right? How many autonomy degrees you give to those teams? Can they recruit? Can they fire? Can they, give promotions? Can they decide where to work from? Can they decide, for example, the roles? Who's entrepreneur inside that team? Who will create new ideas? Who's the professor that will teach others? Who's the guy that is in charge of metrics? All those things are happening. They create a constitution, they pledge a constitution, they create a name, and all those things happen on that specific group. Okay. And then what we do is we provide those frameworks for them to work in an agile way, in a simple way. But that's one instance. I'm a big believer on decentralization. I believe that big companies can do big things if the small cells that are close to the customers behave in an autonomous way. Okay. So we implemented decentralization in that way. There are tons of ways of doing it, but this is the way we do.
So in doing that and creating these semi-autonomous groups that creates more agility and ability to respond to client needs, then what's the through line within your company? Because you on the other side, you might say, well, wait a second, they're going to be doing this and they're going to be doing that. Like, what's the through line that connects everybody that works at Globant?
What we did was, again, for founders creating companies, creating a very simple set of rules that can be imitated by everyone is like the essential portion, right? And those very simple rules normally are called culture, right? The things that you come to a place and you imitate. So you see that everybody's thinking big, so you try to think big, and you see that everybody's aiming to excellence, so you try to aim to excellence. And the thing is how you push and reinforce each of those behaviors, right? So when someone is doing something right, how you recognize that, how you put that in front of the whole team, saying, hey, Steven is doing something right. I mean, he called me with the idea of buying IBM and said, Steven, you are crazy, but you are thinking big enough, right? So we use technology to be able to as the glue of the whole organization. So we put a system in which anybody in the organization has a limited amount of stars. I can give 1 star, 2 stars. They can use the 20 with different people based on the 6, 7 different values that we have, like be a team player, aim to excellence, think big, so on and so forth. So what we got was a social system that is like the nervous system of the company, and it's not the org chart. I mean, every time I go to a new office at Globant, to an office that I never visited, I check my Start Me Up and I see which are the top 10 guys. It doesn't matter where they are in the org chart. I want to talk to those guys because I know those guys are making a difference for us. And I know those guys are making Globant different in front of our customers or in front of our employees, so on and so forth. So I believe that using technology for everything, including culture, is a very, very important idea.
And it's fascinating. So that's the way you organize your company. You're a company that advises many very, very large organizations, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to imagine that as I'm the CEO of and I'm like, well, we need to make, Martin, I need your help. We need to make this massive transformation. We're kind of a fairly structured, hierarchical organization, but we want to adopt these. So how much do you get into that sort of cultural, organizational change that's necessary to implement these new technologies?
Bringing these fresh concepts closer to our customers is extremely important. And normally, the way of organizing things in a military way are unfortunately the most used way. The way of organizing things not using technology or trying to spread a culture in a big amount of countries or groups without using technology is very common, and things like that, practices that should be changed. And in those cases, we have been a big dent in the organizations that we advise.
So I think we're up to 2023 now. So my next question is going to be about what should we be expecting from the future? I think obviously you've already begun to describe AI with those 2 different levels, with just a wireframe for a way of thinking about it. But as we look forward, and even in terms of how organizations are managed and organized, what should we see in the next 10 years?
We're in one of the most noble markets in the planet. $2 trillion to be spent in the next 4 years. That means that, that's the definition. Why is $2 trillion? Is because every single company, every single government, every single non-profit organization, everybody will need to use technology for everything moving forward. And even more now with AI and with all the things that are happening, even sometimes connecting software as a service platforms. The software as a service is solving many of the problems there, but then you need to connect them to be able to. And this kind of technology services will keep on being demanded, changing in shape, changing in form. So that's why I always say that even with 29,000 people, we are just scratching the surface of what we can do. And in the same way, Steve Jobs did with the electronics market, or Elon is doing now with the automotive space. I believe that in the same way, there's a reinvention that needs to happen on how professional services and technology companies that are creating software or creating solutions for others needs to behave, needs to be organized, there's a reinvention opportunity that also can happen in our market. And this is beginning with us. So what I believe is that the next 10 years will be very challenging in many aspects. AI is one of them that we talk about. The other thing we need to challenge ourselves is how we create software. For the last, I would say, 20 years, we have been using extensively Agile. And everything is okay with the Agile concepts. Now, what happened, as in any other discipline on Earth, is that Agile became over-regulated, meaning bureaucratic, meaning, you need to have the Scrum Master, you need to have the Scrum meetings, and it's more process around Agile than we never thought.
Not so agile after all.
It's not so agile. So, wow, that makes us think saying, oh, okay, so now what is coming next? So there are some improvements and some changes, some frameworks of methodologies that needs to happen one way or another. Change must happen everywhere, on how you organize a company, on how you use AI, on which are the methodologies that needs to happen and needs to be what drive us towards the future. But again, I would summarize your question saying the reinvention opportunity is absolutely untapped. The market is absolutely massive. So for me, saying that even after these 20 years with the massive amount of customers we have and 29,000 people is just the beginning, makes a lot of sense. Right. It's not just a crazy idea. Yeah. And gaining scale sometimes is important because things with scale starts to happen in a totally different manner. The amount of the caliber of the projects you need to be able to that you're able to catch are absolutely different.
I want to flip to talk to you, Martin, the founder. Where's the thread of Martin within Globant? And so what are the things that you care about that you witness every day in the company that you built?
I would say that I don't need to come to work anymore. But having said that, I need it because I enjoy a lot doing what I do. And I'm a big, passionate person around what we are building. There's a flip side of all this that we are building, which is how many careers we are changing in our home countries.
Right.
What's happening in Latin America with this industry is unbelievable. When I started 20 years ago, there was no way to find 5 decent engineers. Today, let me tell you a small story. One of the big companies in Latin America that grew together, before us, is Mercado Libre, which is like the Amazon of Latin America, right? And together with the founder of Mercado Libre, we are good friends, and we were talking one day saying, hey, why don't we launch, that was at the beginning of the pandemic, why don't we launch a small training program so anyone that can pass this training program of 2 years can enter as entry-level engineers or entry-level technicians at Globant or at Mercado Libre. So we launched it. We launched the thing in 3 countries in Latin America. To our surprise, we got 150,000 people subscribed to the program. We were only able to train 10,000. That was the whole program that we had for 2 years. In 3 months, we got 150,000 young people trying to enter into the market. Now, what's the meaning of that? Forget about that case, but the meaning of that is that the deep impact that as an industry we had in the society where people stop thinking about stupid careers and start thinking about the careers of the future is massive.
Yeah.
So when you see that, then there's another dimension that kicks in, which is how much impact you want to create. So seeing what the entrepreneurial ecosystem, the tech ecosystem was 20 years ago in Latin America, and watch it now and how it flourished, not just those 150,000 newcomers that wanted to enter into the industry, but also the amount of entrepreneurs, the amount of people that are being led conceptually by what we did is really impressive. So I think that's the flip side. That's what we think is the largest possible impact that we may have, and we want more. Talent is everywhere. And this is a very important message. You see, always people trying to find talent in big cities. Talent is everywhere. Go find them in the small cities. Go find them where you don't imagine they are, because they are. And that's something that we apply in Argentina. We started in one city in Argentina. Now we are in 15 cities in Argentina. Now we're recruiting in the 23 main capital cities of Argentina. And we are doing the same in Uruguay, in Colombia, in Mexico. We're doing the same in Brazil, everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's fascinating. So I think that change in shape that is happening in Latin America, which, by the way, happens to be the next strategic partner for the US. The amount of manufacturing that is moving to US and to Latin America in the last year or so is unbelievable. So Latin America will become the backyard of the US. And that's a massive opportunity, of course, for Globant, but it's a massive opportunity for all those that are pushing Latin America to go to the next level.
Yeah. It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, this notion that technology, Silicon Valley was like a place where the only place that sort of technology invention happened. And suddenly Silicon Valley is just a concept that everybody applies. I was in Berlin 2 weeks ago, Paris the week before. Like, they've all got these ecosystems. And what I'm hearing from you is, as much as you're incredibly proud of the massive global organization and the transformative impact you've had on the industry you're in, as an Argentinian, you've actually brought incredible economic wealth and productivity back to your own country, your own continent, and that sort of, for me, feels like deep down that's maybe the thing you cherish the most. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely fair. So
okay, wonderful.
Looking forward to keep on rocking, right?
Good on you. Well done, and amen to all of that. So, well, thank you very much, Juan. That was absolutely wonderful. I hope everybody enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much.
What traits do great innovators like Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Ada Lovelace, Steve Jobs, and Jennifer Doudna have in common? Is it the courage to challenge convention, a deep dissatisfaction with the status quo, the audacity to think that one person can change the world? And what can today's leaders learn from them? Here to give us a masterclass on the mind of the disruptor is journalist and historian Walter Isaacson, who has chronicled the lives of some of history's most influential figures. His best-selling biographies have captivated millions and won widespread acclaim for the profound insights that they offer into the minds of their subjects. His brand new biography of Elon Musk came out earlier this year and quickly shot to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Joining him in conversation is Guibert Englebienne, co-founder of Globant and president of Globant X. Take take it away.
Hey.
Hey, Walter.
How are you doing?
How are you doing?
Good to be here.
Great to be with you.
My pleasure.
You know, to say that it's an honor for me as an entrepreneur to be with someone like you.
Hey, but I'm looking at a great entrepreneur. I know all about Globant.
Well, thank you very much. But to say that it's an honor is an understatement, okay? For me, it's extremely important to see, to see stories being written about entrepreneurs. And reading your books drives me to when I was a kid back in Mar del Plata, a seaside town in Argentina, trying to dream about all the potentials that lied in front of me. And where I found the inspiration was on reading stories. I remember I was reading about Bill Gates, Jobs, Ray Kroc. Yeah. Taking a look at those stories was absolutely a fuel, okay?
Well, that's why I write books.
Well, that's
what it's storytelling and hoping that somebody like you will come along and say, I'm inspired by the story.
You are covering the stories of amazing people with a very strong mission, sense of a mission. So I wanted to ask you, what's your mission?
One of my missions is to tell stories about inspiring people who are disruptors, who stand at the intersection of art and science, who can be creative. Because if you tell those stories, people like yourself read them. I did a book called The Code Breaker about Jennifer Doudna, a woman who helped invent gene editing technology. And many young women say, I didn't know we could go into science. I've been inspired. So I respect people in the arena, people like yourself and others who run companies. I've run a couple of companies myself. But I also think it's useful to tell the stories of the people in the arena so other people can maybe decide how they're going to do it.
Definitely. I believe it's like somehow we are building bridges of inspiration that passes from one to another. In the interviews you have with these entrepreneurs, where do they draw their inspiration from?
I try to write books not just based on interviews, but whether it's Steve Jobs or Jennifer Doudna or Elon Musk, if they're alive, that I'm writing about them, I say, I just want to be with you. I want to be with you for 2 years, whenever I want to. I want to sometimes have lunch, dinner, late at night, and watch you work, not just interview you. And so you can tell by watching somebody at work what drives them. And for Elon Musk, when he was a very young child, he had no friends. He was socially awkward, and he got beaten up all the time. And so he too would go to the library or go to the bookstore and read stories, science fiction stories, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Isaac Asimov stories, or the X-Men comics. And he drew inspiration from those. In fact, he drew 3 great missions. One was to get us back to being space travelers. In other words, get humanity, get people to Mars and other planets. Secondly, he wanted to have sustainable energy on this planet. And so he went into electric vehicles and batteries. And third, he wanted to make sure that artificial intelligence was a help, not a harm to society. So those were his 3 great missions.
At Globant, here at Globant, we belong to the Endeavor Network. We are part of it. And we are actively working on capturing role models that in emerging countries, in a place where people usually wouldn't dare to start up a company. We say, hey, there are important examples here, and we bring some light into their stories. And what happens to us when we were doing that was we suddenly realized that the story we were writing was like a byproduct of the mission we had as a company. So whatever that mission is, which in our case is to help companies reinvent for the future, we were crafting a story that suddenly needed to be a good story, something that people would likely be attracted to.
Right.
And do you think that these entrepreneurs, these visionaries, were also aware of the story they were writing and living their entrepreneurial story with a level of epic that would, that makes every step another chapter into that story?
I think that both Elon Musk and Steve Jobs saw themselves as being part of an epic quest, an epic mission. And they too were storytellers, and that's why they invited me in to spend 2 or 3 years with them, because they were pretty, they believed in themselves, let me say. Yes. You know, maybe a little bit of arrogance, and they felt that their story should be told. And I've heard what you have done with the Endeavor Network, and it's the same thing, which is let's tell people's stories. Whenever I'm writing a book and I want to convey a message, I go back to what one of the great storytellers in New Orleans, where I grew up, told me, which is he said, there are 2 types of people who come out of Louisiana, preachers and storytellers. And he said, for heaven's sake, be a storyteller, because the world has too many preachers. And whether it's the Bible or biography or novels, the way we convey our messages is usually through storytelling. And so above my desk, whenever I'm stuck writing something, there's 6 words I've penned on the wall, which is, let me tell you a story. Because if I want to describe how does Steve Jobs help design something beautifully, or how did Jennifer Doudna put together a good team of people in her lab, instead of just trying to describe it, I say, let me tell a story that illustrates it.
That's interesting. And actually, I believe that these stories, particularly when you have such a strong vision, these are stories that require a lot of time to be written. Mm-hmm. So usually these visionaries are very long-term thinkers. Who would know it? At one point, Elon would be able to reach Mars during his lifetime, okay? Yeah. Hope he does. But in any case, I was surprised to see Elon Musk biography written at the age of 52. What drove you there?
Well, I wanted, after doing Steve Jobs, who brought us into the digital age, and Jennifer Doudna, who brought us into the age of gene editing, to do somebody who was going to bring us back to the era of space travel and sustainable energy and robotics. And I knew it was sort of the middle of the story, that there's more that will happen to Elon Musk. But I felt if I told you all the things that he was able to do for his 6 businesses, whether it's SpaceX or Tesla or the Boring Company or Neuralink or XAI, that would allow you to see the story in progress, but also to know who he is.
I also did 6 companies, which I created and then busted, okay, before doing Globant with my co-founders. And, you know, so there are certainly certain traits that are extremely important when leading a company to success. And I would say that one of the interesting things is how, you know, all of them are recognized by the level of excellence they put into everything they build. What things have you learned about how Steve Jobs and Elon Musk have driven, you know, that level of excellence within their teams? How do they drive them?
Well, Steve Jobs had a passion for perfection and excellence, even in the parts unseen. Let me tell you a story, which is when he was a young kid, his father was building a fence around the backyard, and Steve was helping. And the back of the fence faced scrubland. Nobody would see it. But his father said, we have to make the back of the fence just as beautiful as the front of the fence. And Steve said, why? Nobody will see it. Nobody will know. His father said, yes, but you will know. if you have a passion for beauty and a passion for the product and for the perfection, you'll have a passion even for the parts unseen. So when they were doing the original Macintosh, Steve made a beautiful case for it. He loved the screen and the icons. But then he looked at the circuit board and he said, this is ugly. And they said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, the chips aren't lined up right. And they said, well, nobody will see it. Nobody will know. It's in a sealed case. And he told the story of the fence. For Elon Musk, his way of driving perfection and passion is he dives into the details with an intensity. He walks the assembly line, whether it's Tesla or SpaceX or Optimus or Neuralink, and he doesn't worry about the big picture. He says God is in the details. And so he'll spend an hour figuring out a valve leak in one of the Starship engines, or 2 hours worrying about why a station on the assembly line for a Tesla is holding things up. And he says it's like Napoleon being on the battlefield. If he's there on the battlefield with a sword, focusing on just a very narrow thing, the rest of the troops will be that way across the organization.
Yeah, and how can Elon master such a wide variety of technologies?
He doesn't master them all, but he drills down with a very good sense of engineering. He has a good feel for physical properties of materials, such as stainless steel or Inconel. And he's not a total master of all of the engineering, but when he focuses on a very narrow thing, he can know more about it than anybody else. And he can also tell which people around him are just, shooting off their mouth and which ones actually know.
Yeah. It is very important, that whenever you're trying to innovate, you're working as a team. So trying to create, as you said on innovators, things don't happen as, usually as a result of one person's drive an idea, but it's also like the collective result of a number of innovations that eventually line up to...
Precisely, and innovation's a team sport, and it means putting together a lot of innovations. When I asked Steve Jobs what was the greatest product he ever made, I thought he would say the Macintosh, or maybe the iPhone. And he said, no, those products were hard, but what's really hard is creating a team that will continue to make good products. Mm-hmm. So my most important product was the team.
It's interesting. We believe on that at Globant. We like to say we need to create a sustainable organization that creates and comes up with surprise. I like to say that Globant is like an amazing vending machine of awesomeness. Okay?
Yeah.
You go there, you press and the button and comes something that always surprises you. And in order to do that, we had to stop thinking just as technologists, but also as social architects. We have a system called Star Me Up, which allows people to express gratitude, feedback, and share moments, collectively what we call emotions. And we use those emotions to expand our ability to connect better with more people and in a deeper way. Because we understand that at one point is what we need to do is to create an organization that will not only be relevant today, but also will be relevant tomorrow, which is actually the core objective of our company. We like to help organizations move into the future, and we understand that it's not just perhaps one product that you need to build. The digital transformation is hardly about one product. It's about actually being able to create a habit around grasping the power of technology and making it and using it in a way that will create a brighter future. Mm-hmm. So Steve Jobs did not invent the mobile phone, as Sam Altman didn't invent AI. But they were able to, Steve was able to pull up his iPhone in August 2007 from his pocket and suddenly spark a revolution. In the same way that OpenAI last November 30th, they unveiled ChatGPT, and for the first time in history, AI was accessible to everyone.
Right.
Without any kind of friction, using our own language, the language that we use, and spinning off a growth of, an era of exponential growth. What can we learn from how they think on driving innovation? I believe that the App Store was a key component to that.
Yeah. What it takes is to be able to put together different innovations, as you've said. Steve Jobs didn't invent the mobile phone, but he invented an iPod, which had 1,000 songs in our pocket, and then he worried that the people who did mobile phones would put music on them. So he said, let me put music and internet access and everything on this new device. And by putting it together, he made it work. What Elon Musk can do is he realizes that coming up with the product is not the big deal. Other people had come up with electric vehicles, but being able to manufacture them at scale and to be able to churn out rockets at scale that can be reused and cars at scale. So he believed very strongly, not just in the vision of a new product, but he believed that vision without execution is just hallucination.
Yeah.
You have to be there on the assembly line executing.
Yeah, and taking it to the market and in a sustainable way, I believe is key. 15 years ago, I remember we were starting to work with many of the social networks. Everybody was creating a social network, and Globant was at the core of it as well. Back then, we did not identify many of the unforeseen collateral effects of technology. Today, things like information bubbles, polarization, cyberbullying, screen time addiction, texting and driving are just a few. I believe that in this new era, with two important developments that are taking place lately, I would say more the upcoming of AI as a massive, and generative AI in particular, as a massively adopted technology, and CRISPR on the other side. These are two technologies that I believe we are approaching it in a different way in terms of having far more sense of responsibility. How do you see that playing in the minds of people like Elon Musk or Jennifer Doudna? And then how that would should translate to the people who are watching us?
I think the most important thing is not only to understand the technology, but the impact it will have on society. And you can go back to Einstein and the atom bomb, and maybe people have seen the Oppenheimer movie. Yeah. That was something where we had to figure out what's the effect of this technology in the new age. As you said, there are two ones that are really big, which is why I wrote books about both of them. One is genetic editing, CRISPR, because that sounds really good. We've already been able to cure people with sickle cell anemia. We're going to cure people who have Parkinson's disease by gene editing. But if we do that, you can also design babies. You can say, not only will my baby not have sickle cell, but I'm going to make sure their blood cells carry extra oxygen, and they'll be a great athlete, or they'll be, 6 inches taller. And that's a moral question we have to figure out. Should we be able to design our children? What happens if the rich can afford to design their children better than the poor? And where do we draw the line? Likewise, social media, we did not think it through enough, like its effect on democracy, for example.
Definitely.
And with AI combined with social media, it'll make the effects 10 times or 100 times more. So that's why Elon Musk, others, are trying to focus, what is the moral uses of this technology?
Yeah, and The thing is, how can we create that in a distributed manner, isn't it?
Right. I mean, one way is I tell stories. You tell the story about AI, or I tell the story about social networks or gene editing. And if people understand the story, they can connect it to their lives, but also humanity, and maybe we can have more of a good discussion about it.
No, we are working a lot there.
Yeah, I know what you all are doing, so thank you.
With the Be Kind Tech Fund, trying to help entrepreneurs tackle those kind of important questions. But yeah, the thing is, how do we develop a compass that will drive us to the future in which we see a lot of distribution in the decision?
Well, I think the first thing is that entrepreneurs and engineers need to pause and think about the moral compass. What will this do for humanity? But also people who are humanists, who have, a lot of time worrying about moral issues, they should spend some time understanding technology and engineering. Because if they're talking about the moral uses of social networks or AI, but they have no idea what a large language model is or what an algorithm is, then it's harder for them to be in the conversation.
Yeah. I believe that with the AI revolution, we are living another renaissance. Suddenly, we can all produce content, we can all produce code. It's like our abilities have gotten far more powerful than what they were just a year ago.
Right.
And so I believe our vision is that through AI, we can augment our human capabilities. What other things do you think, if you draw from the experiences of the interviews that you have, what do you think, what patterns emerge that you can see AI bringing? Have we seen anything?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of times when technology amplifies human ability, but also transforms it. The most obvious example is more than 500 years ago, when Gutenberg creates the movable type printing press, and suddenly anybody can read books, print books. The church doesn't have control over the scribes and what gets to be published. That flow of information is usually the most important technological advance. We saw it with television, then we saw it with the internet, then we saw it with social media, and now we're seeing it with AI, which is allowing ideas and information to spread. What's key is to be moral and to be creative. 5 years ago, I teach at a university, Tulane. 5 years ago, all the parents of the kids said, you have to learn how to code. You have to learn how to code. Don't worry about learning poetry or history. And I reminded them that Steve Jobs only studied poetry and calligraphy and dance. He didn't study coding. Nowadays, since last November, you don't really need to know how to code as well, because AI will do the coding for you. You need to know how to be creative, to connect it to humanity, and to be moral.
Yep. And what would be, if you were a parent giving advice? I know many of your examples draw inspiration from their parents. Daphna from the book of James Watson on the
Well, that's
DNA.
an example of a storytelling, which is, you talk about the books you read when you were young, and we talked about Elon's. Jennifer Doudna happened to read The Double Helix because her father put it on her bed, which is James Watson's account of the discovery of the structure of DNA. And she didn't even think about being a scientist until then, but it led her on a path.
I believe it was like he was, kicking her out of her comfort zone and saying, now you can study engineering.
Right,
okay?
right. And that's sometimes what storytelling does, is it raises new things we could do.
We believe on that. We have an award, the Women That Build award. We try to promote women in STEM.
Right.
And
Good job.
And we believe it's a key, and our industry should step up on that and have a clear north in terms of how do we drive more women into this industry.
You know, I wrote about Ada Lovelace, Lord Byron's daughter, who her mother didn't want her to be a poet, and so had her tutored in mathematics and science. And she's the one who comes up with what she calls poetical science, which is connecting punch cards and algorithms to everything that can be done in symbols, words, music, pictures. She really comes up with the concept of the first computer. But many women don't go into science or technology because they don't have role models. And that's why I liked writing about Ada Lovelace and about Jennifer Doudna.
And what advice would you give a kid that is born in the AI era?
I would say that we don't know what the jobs of tomorrow are going to be. As I mentioned earlier, just a few years ago, we thought all the jobs were going to be software engineers doing coding. And now maybe we don't need that many of them if AI is going to do the coding. What we will need are people who can connect engineering to the humanities, to human needs and instincts. And we'll need people who can be creative, who can think imaginatively. Well, what's going to help you think imaginatively? Stories, the humanities. And so I think you just have to raise children who are curious, observant, and imaginative. And then not worry what jobs they'll be 20 years from now, because if they're curious, observant, and imaginative, they're going to be successful.
They're going to be.
Every entrepreneur you write about was curious, observant, and imaginative.
And as an entrepreneur yourself, trying to make an impact in society through stories, who would you like to write your biography?
You know, those of us who write about people in the arena, we shouldn't fall prey to the conceit that we're in the arena too. And so I don't think somebody's going to write my biography, but I hope for many years I'm going to continue to write books about people who take risks. That's what entrepreneurship is about. People who are adventurous, observant, creative. And instead of writing my own story, I kind of tell the stories I want to tell through other people.
It's always inspiring to talk from entrepreneur to entrepreneur, so I really enjoyed this conversation.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for what you do, both at Globant and in Endeavor, which is a new generation of entrepreneurs who will be inspired both by your help, you're enabling them, but also the stories you're helping them tell.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Great.
What does a rainbow taste like? You don't know, but a machine can predict it.
It's not that we have a sustainability department. Sustainability is the business.
The future of the world economy and technology companies reinventing new industries. AI will accelerate that process.
Thank you, Walter and Guibert, for sharing your insights. The food industry accounts for over a quarter of all greenhouse emissions, with animal agriculture being a major contributor to climate change and deforestation and water pollution. That's why reducing our dependence on animal-based foods is essential for the long-term well-being of the planet and the people on it. Turns out, AI can help. Notco is a Chilean company that uses advanced artificial intelligence to analyze and replicate animal-based foods like milk, mayo, and meat using plant-based ingredients. More than 10,000 stores in 10 countries already stock their products, and the company is growing rapidly, a sign that customers are hungry for sustainable alternatives to animal-based foods. Now, with the arrival of the Not snack bars, they have just started its phase 2. In this new era, artificial intelligence plays a leading role in addressing multiple nutritional issues through the production of functional food. All of this combined with the company's characteristic plant-based approach. Globant's CTO, Diego Tártara, spoke with Notco's co-founder and CEO, Matías Muchnick, about his company's innovative use of AI and the future of the food industry.
Hi, Matías. Thank you so much for making the time for doing this conversation for Converge. First of all, I would like to know a little bit more about you. Who are you?
That's a great question. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invite. Who am I? Well, I'm an entrepreneur with a lot of crazy ideas. So I was born and raised in a family that was very finance-based. My dad was like, I would always say the wolf of Wall Street, you know. So we traveled a lot to New York, and we, you know, I woke up 8 a.m., you know, watching Bloomberg, you know, and all of that. So of course, my path to probably my career was going to be finance. So I did all of that. I studied, you know, business. I went to, my first 2 internships was in banking. One of them was in JP Morgan in Hong Kong. So of course, my life was going to be the traditional, boring, you know, career path of, you know, a finance bro, probably, right? And so that got disrupted very early because I figured out that, you know, the world had a lot of challenges and problems, and there was not enough solutions made with artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, believe it or not, was available 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you know. You guys know very well, but most of the world didn't. And so the applications of AI were, you know, probably underscored in many of the big industries in the world. So for me, I was so passionate about food. I played rugby, so I was a rugby player, and I played first division, and every time I wondered what I should be eating, I was so confused. Because I heard one day that, you know, eggs are good, the next day eggs are bad. One day milk is good, the next day milk is bad. But then I started off something that I would say it would be key to, I would say, my mindset as an entrepreneur. So a friend of mine called me from university and said, hey, you know, Chile is the third biggest mayo in the world per capita. We eat everything with mayo here in Chile. For Chileans, you're gonna know. And it was crazy because he said, there's nothing, you know, out of, you know, like different. You know, you have 2 brands that control 99% of the market. Let's do something different. Now, what is that difference? So we got this incredible generation that was coming with an amount of information that we never had. I started off this garage story startup. So this is prior to Notco. We launched these mayos. We produced in my friend's house. So I started off very, very garage driven. I was the cook. I was the guy who labeled the products. I was the guy who put it in the back of the trunk of my car, got the car to the supermarkets, and did absolutely everything. And I really understood the consumer, right? So one thing is the science, the other one completely different is the consumer, the messaging. What do you say? What do you don't say? What do you avoid telling them? You know, what is your right to play, your right to win? You know, what do you need to tap with those 1, 2, 3 things that you need to tap on to really convince the mainstream market to start acquiring your products? Incredible idea, super freaking hard to execute, right? So I sold that company and went to the US and studied at Berkeley. And I related myself in a postgraduate program with the biochemistry department, not to become a scientist myself, but to really understand the scope of science. And in that, it was pretty awesome to understand that 99% of that department worked at pharma, you know. And this was the time of CRISPR. So gene editing was everywhere, right? And all of the data scientists, all of the biochemists were, you know, in drug discovery, synthetic biology, gene editing, all of that. So it's like, why don't we put a little bit more of effort similar to pharma into food? And that's what I realized is, why don't we create a world in which we create exactly the same foods that we love to eat, but just we change the way we make them. Now, first and foremost, we needed to understand the world of ingredients. So it's very, you know, limited in knowledge. The domain of knowledge of ingredients is very poor in the industry. There are more than 400,000 species of plants in the world that we have no idea what they can do. We have no idea if the combination of pineapple and cabbage can create the taste of milk, or the combination of strawberries and peaches can create the taste of chicken. And probably a bunch of humans cannot, develop that insight, but artificial intelligence can. And by the way, those combinations that I just said actually are in our products that make them actually taste the way we want them to taste. But again, so figuring out that we needed to explore plants, we needed to explore in a molecular level what made our food, what made meat, what made chicken, what made milk, right? So we needed to understand, and we kind of like reverse engineer to understand what data what would capture what a product is. And it was super complex because one data set specifically is not what tells you what a product is. It's the overlap of many data sets and many dimensions of data what describes what a product actually is, right? And then it comes another unexplored world, the world of flavors to emotions, for example, and many other dimensions of food that we never thought of before. So, but first and foremost for Notco, the first approach was, let's take the animal out of the equation, let's recreate the products that we absolutely love to eat, and create them in a way more sustainable way, but always accessing the mass market. If we don't access the mass market, we don't move the needle of sustainability in any way. If we do incredible food, but just for the 1%, forget it. We're not doing anything. So how do you use the power of artificial intelligence, the power of science, to really democratize good food for everyone? So we had this combination of outsiders, I would say, in the industry, that we put together our brains to create a brand, a technology, and a science to really change the world, how they eat, and the relationship between nutrition and climate change. So that's how it started.
That's awesome. So you stepped into a lot of things that I would like to double click and go a little bit deeper. First of all, one thing that it's super interesting for me is you mentioned that you were able to solve problems like find the perfect formulas by using AI. And when thinking about that, if I want to create a replacement, right, a plant-based replacement, I think there's much more than taste. It's taste, it's texture, it's smell, and maybe even thermal characteristics.
Absolutely.
How it feels on your mouth. That's super complex. Super complex.
It is. And so, yes, first and foremost, we need to understand what were the data sources of, or what were the dimensions of data that we needed to recollect in order to understand food, right? So we went to molecular components, physicochemical components, spectral components, mass spec, gas specs, to really understand what is the presence and the concentration of specific volatile that would give you the scent of certain products, right? So it was 2 years that we took before launching our first product because we needed to understand data first. So we collected data. Notco, at the end of the day, it's crazy to say this, but Notco is a data company that develops artificial intelligence that produces food products, right? Why? Because we wanted to create a company that created food products faster, better, more accurate, less costly than anyone else in the space. To do that, we needed to start creating these algorithms that would allow us to predict which combination of plant-based ingredients should result in the same sensorial experience as a target product, right? So you needed to recollect a lot of data in order to do that. But then you need to feedback the algorithm with sensorial data of humans to train an algorithm, right? So you needed to train an algorithm. So the first 2 years we tried awful things, right? This is exactly the same as teaching a very smart and young kid, right? They don't know what they want. They don't know what they don't want, right? So a positive outcome is as valuable as a negative outcome. And the first tasters were us. So I tasted horrible things, like super horrible things, right? And we needed to feedback the algorithm. We need to train ourselves on how to feedback the algorithm as well.
What's a typical feedback? Like your
Well, now there is a palette of like 135 different nodes. There are 15 sensorial panelists trained to feedback the algorithm. And it's not only happening in Chile or in Argentina, it has to happen in a broad spectrum of countries because of what I told you. The sensorial, kind of like domain of knowledge of someone in Chile is very different to someone in Brazil, someone in the US, and so on. So that's a training data set that we have not yet automatized, so it's not automatic. We would love to, but there are some things that are very important, especially also involving chefs. So chefs are artists, right? So chefs are able to predict crazy combinations that would result in certain things. And that knowledge needs to be captured by the algorithm as well. Where is the artist side of an algorithm too? Not just the one that makes sense scientifically speaking, right? Mm-hmm. So formulas are multidimensional problems. Super complex, as you said. You need to add texture. It's the base of the matrix. It's the smell. It's the taste. It's how it makes you feel in the gut. It's what's the bioavailability of the nutrients that you put into a formulation. So it's not just about putting 1,000 milligrams of calcium in our milk. It's about how much you absorb of those 1,000 milligrams. So we started off, just a continuation of the algorithm. We started off with this algorithm that predicts replacements of animal-based. But then we started to figure out that there were way more problems. For example, as formulas are super complex and multidimensional, if you need to change an ingredient in a formulation, you change everything. Doesn't matter if you change, you needed to change, the soy protein, and you change from one supplier to another. It's exactly the same protein, it's exactly the same ingredient, but the off notes are different, right? Because it's an 80% concentrate off. Okay, but there's 20% of that ingredient that is not the protein. And you would absolutely change everything. So food scientists in big companies would spend 80% of their time figuring out variable change in a formula. So what we did is we trained an algorithm to understand how formulas change when you change an ingredient to keep the formula stable. And so we created this algorithm called Discovery that is basically the Netflix of ingredients, right? So this is incredible because this is one of the most used tools internally at Notco, and we figured it out because of COVID. So COVID, had a mess in supply chain, right? So we needed to change ingredients in the formulations every month. If we didn't have this algorithm, we would have crashed, significantly. So then, we started off understanding that there's another dimension of the food industry super important, which is flavors. Flavors is an industry managed by probably 3 companies or 4 companies in the world, right? These are the same, companies that create perfumes all over the world. So they have the scent. They isolate different molecules, volatiles, that will make you feel that you're eating something when you're actually not, right? Which is pretty awesome, right? Because they would understand what is that molecule and they would recreate it, right? Either naturally or artificially as well. So this is an industry managed by probably 300 specialists that are chemists and they're trained. So they're, this is crazy, but they're chefs of molecules, of flavors.
Okay.
Literally, there's a guy who put different molecules together that would predict that in this interaction, it would create certain scents.
Okay.
No AI. We're talking about a multi-dimensional, exponential complex problem. And it's managed by the knowledge of 300, 400 people in the world. Only that. So the amount of innovation that you can add to that is absurd if you start adding artificial intelligence or even deeper science into it. So what Notco did was understood that one of our main problems is not what we can do in terms of formulations, it's what our ingredient suppliers can do, providing good ingredients for us to provide good formulations, right? So we started to integrate buzzwords, and we started to create artificial intelligence for the suppliers to produce better ingredients, right? But they were super skeptic, like everyone else, right? It was like, these guys have been trained for years and years, and we have everything in the library. Literally, the library is a book, that they would go and, okay, milk flavor. Okay, you combine this molecule, like literally. And for us, it was like, this is crazy shit, So we grabbed AI and we started to understand the underlying patterns between the molecular components in volatiles and the human perception of taste and texture and smell and color. And we started to actually apply our AI to help them create better flavors.
Okay.
Not only that, but better gross margins as well, and hold the IP. So there's many other problems that we started to understand, and we started to become the middleman of CPG companies and the ingredient suppliers, because we created an AI-based company. So we went from formula creators, we executed in the point of sales, we grew from Chile to Argentina to Brazil to Colombia, Mexico, the US. We launched at Whole Foods, we made the dream come true. We partnered up with Burger King, Papa John's, Starbucks, Shake Shack, I'm forgetting, Fredo, all of those who are Latins will understand what Fredo is, Juan Valdez, and so on. And the good thing about that is that we not only created an incredible tailor-made formula for them, is that we started to create sales for them, incremental sales. We kind of started to push a technology that is very powerful and very unique from Latin America up. This is not, for Globant, this probably resonates a lot. But we did something that the rest didn't. It's not a copy of something that existed in the US. And so we got to the US and companies started to say, hey, you guys were the ones who created the not milkshake for Shake Shack in 3 weeks. And we're like, yeah. Well, we take 3 years to create a new product. And all of a sudden, there were 10 of the biggest CPG companies that wanted to partner up to utilize our technology to improve their own products or to create the not versions of their own products. And the not version of their own products could be many things. It could be the replacement, the plant-based replacement of, and we launched, the not mac and cheese, the not, Kraft singles, the not Philadelphia cream cheese. But there are other companies that said, hey, the not version for me of something is something that we never imagined before. Right? Tastes that maybe we love, but we don't know we love, right? And so we're doing incredible projects, chewing gums that taste like something that you would never imagine. And that's exciting. And I think that's the next leap of innovation. It's how to utilize technology to transform an industry. So more than just the CPG power of not code that we were able to actually execute in the physical world, we started to convince companies to utilize our technology as a platform to improve their own products, to improve their innovation processes, because they were taking too long. Because when they thought about something until they executed, the idea was gone. The hype was gone, right? So I think that is kind of like where Notco is taking a leap, where technology and artificial intelligence really starts being a uniqueness and a value proposition that the rest of the companies cannot deal with. They cannot. And the best of all, they cannot work without. So they need us, right?
So I think one of the super interesting things is that you didn't become just a provider for companies such as Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, etc., but you preserved your brand.
We did.
They're actually going together with you, and that's super powerful, super powerful.
It is. This was something I always said at the beginning of every conversation. If you do not acknowledge that Notco is the quantum leap of your innovation, then I don't want to be part of it, right? Because a partnership is a partnership, right? And there is acknowledgement of your partner when your partner actually provides something that stands out, right? If you are not willing to do that, then let's not do business, right? So for us, it was not in our mind at the very beginning to really become a B2B company. It wasn't, right? But I think everything pointed out to that direction. Companies would never, ever do business with us if we didn't prove that we could take market share from their products, right? So they needed to understand that, Notco might be a liability for us in terms of market share and business. What are these guys doing? They proved everyone that they could do it. Then let's partner up with these dudes.
You're licensing your product for other companies to develop their own formulas, their own...
So we license the technology in many ways. We can license the technology for complete use, or we can do... So this is the other trick. Technology, we know how to handle technology. There are a lot of companies that don't, right? So maybe you're giving them, a key for an incredible door, but they don't know how to use it, right? So it's very important for us to understand that if we service a company completely with technology. They know how to use it and they know how to execute it. Because it might be a problem from their side. The adoption of, it's crazy to think about because a lot of humans think that if you adopt technology, they will replace their job, right?
Oh, definitely.
That is something
every time, yeah.
That is real, right? I'm sure that happens a ton in your space as well. But there's a lot of people that are, forcing the AI to fail because they're threatened by it. And that's not the way it should be taken. So internally at Notco, what we figure out is that one of the biggest problems in the tech industry is the adoption of the tech. So making a food scientist understand that this is a platform that will help them innovate better or create better formulations and not replace them in creating a formula, Because the power comes when the technology and the human is combined. That's our approach. And that's how we kind of that's the motto internally at Notco. So
what about your consumer base? Because I was intro to Nut Burger through my wife's daughter. She's super conscious and decided she was going to have meat only once a week. So she started exploring alternatives and got to Nut Burger. And she started having them, and we tried it and said, well, it tastes good. So now we are all having it. But in all honesty, if it hasn't been for her, I wouldn't be consuming that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what's your consumer base? What's the ranges? And I also like to understand what are the detractors, because I know there's a few of them.
For sure. So let's start with a context to the question. I think for the last 70 years, we consumed straightforward, black bean burgers and garbanzo bean burgers and lentil burgers and all of that. There was not really a craving of a plant-based burger that tastes like a burger, right? Where does that insight come from, right? And so in the last 15 years, there has been an incredible increase in the awareness of what processed meats do to our body and to the environment, And so people started to crave, said, we want to leave meat aside, probably exactly the same case as your daughter. They wanted to do, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days without meat every week, and maybe the weekends. But every time they went to the craving of, I want a burger, just the black bean burger didn't cut it. We put this nut burger that tasted like a burger, that looked like a burger, that cooked like a burger. You put it in the barbecue and so on. And the people that was most attracted to it was people that knew about the relationship between the use of resources and the environment, and what they were eating. Probably you were in the same generation that I was, that we didn't know anything about the relationship between what we eat and the piece of meat and the global crisis of the environment. Now, this is what happened in COVID. So COVID was the best thing, the best blessing that happened to this industry, because kids went back to live with their parents. And in doing that, they brought their supermarket with it. So all of a sudden, you had like a nut burger in your fridge. You had a nut mayo in your fridge. You had a nut dulce de leche in the mornings. And you saw your kid doing a latte with nut milk. What the hell is nut milk? And whenever you asked, your daughter or your son would tell you a story. These guys utilize AI to do this. You have no idea. You taste it and it's like, you tasted something amazing. It's like, why not? Right? Actually, our theme is why not? So it went from very kind of like millennial generation back in 2017 to then penetrating a market that was more of a 50, 60-year-old where they develop intolerances and where health and health span was becoming a trend. When you reach 50s, you're probably taking 1 pill or 2 pills or 3 pills for your health. You're focusing more in your longevity in your next 30 years. So of course, evidently, you need to look at what you're eating. And people get more interested and they start buying NotCo.
So I have a few numbers that are quite impressive when it comes to sustainability, and this is specifically for burgers.
Yeah.
And I got here a study that was published in the Journal of Science that says that a plant-based burger requires 95% less land, 73% less water, and has 87 fewer greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah.
That is mind-blowing.
It's absolutely mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing, and it's part of the solution. I mean, that's how big of a difference you can make cutting down 2 days, 3 days a week of meat. When you take the animal out of the equation, you take a lot of the inefficiencies in the use of resources. Imagine you need to raise a cow from when they're young to when they're fully grown. You need to grow it as fast as possible, so you need to feed them as much as possible. So when you feed a cow as much as possible, they need to shit as much as they need to, create methane and greenhouse gas emissions, and they put it all together into such constrained amount of land and the amount of energy that you need to put in order to process that meat. It's absurd, man.
So moving forward, when it comes to technology, I heard you saying that one of the things you would like to have is technology developed for testing the products, right?
Yeah.
Which continues to be something manual or based out of humans. But when you think about the future, what other technologies are the ones that you feel relevant?
So I would say there are 3 big technologies happening at the same time, in different stages of development or maturity as well. So you have the alternative proteins. This is the one that we are managing because there's availability of those ingredients out there, right? So you have a pool of potential possibilities. You have soy and pea protein and many others, soy protein, chia protein, all of those that would help you get very close to a piece of meat, okay? Now, you're still missing some things, right? If you really want to do exactly the same. So there is this technology called synthetic biology, right? In which, let's not, kind of like science fiction it, but it's very similar to basically fermentation, like beer, right? In which you kind of like target a specific molecule that you want to recreate in a bioreactor, right? In a tank of fermentation. And that water would turn very biblical, Jesus turning into wine. Basically exactly the same, but molecules turning water and sugar into the protein of milk, which is casein, right? And so that is functional in the realm of probably fermentation, soft cheeses, cream cheese, all of that. So you would be using that ingredient, which is whey protein at the end of the day. It's not the same, but similar. And you would be recreating the same thing with the same molecule, which is different than recreating something with other things, right? This is grabbing particularly one molecule, overexpressing it, producing it in mass scale, and having an ingredient that is exactly the same ingredient that animals, but instead of animals, it comes from a bioreactor. It comes from fermentation, right? That is cool. That's something that is available. It's still super, super expensive, right? So you do have some products in the market that are selling with these ingredients, but then the question is, how much more dollars is the consumer willing to buy a carton of milk, supplied by a cow or supplied by a bioreactor? And today it's not much.
Which in this case is exactly the same product. Right?
It's 99% there, right? But again, it's hard to conceive for a consumer to buy exactly the same product, one more expensive than another, just because they come from a different technology, right? As that technology evolves, it should be less expensive because it needs less water, less energy, less land. You don't need a cow, to create exactly the same particular molecule. It's not the same product, it's the particular molecule. So you have alternative proteins, synthetic biology, and now you have lab-grown meat, right? So basically what lab-grown meat is doing is trying to reproduce exactly the same product, right? So a piece of meat, for example. right? With the same textures, with the same structure, with the same matrix, with blood vessels in between, which sounds super sci-fi, but it's doable, right? So there is no change in the structure of the product that, from one product to another, right? So it's 100% exactly identical. There are many things that are interesting here. Basically, they take cells from a muscle of a cow, and they would just reproduce it in the lab. They need media, they need cultures, they need many things to really recreate that. Imagine the vascularity of meat, how complex that is. You need to start adding vascularity to a piece of meat or a piece of gel to really start expanding and making that muscle grow. And that is the game changer, I would say. If we're able to get close to that, which our company is getting closer, I wouldn't say close, but closer to that, that's the end of animal production.
So the myth of the big thing, blob, out of which the burgers from McDonald's is now becoming a reality.
Absolutely.
And it's desirable.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the next question. Is it desirable or not? Do people, because of their mentality, still want to relate their cow to the fields and the green fields and the grass-fed? Or they don't care about where it's coming from? If it's sustainable enough or they give you enough. Now, there is a particular difference. In order to produce Wagyu meat, you won't need to create incredible cows and massage them and have a spa and sauna to them. You can create it in the lab because it doesn't require anything else, right? So there are conditions in which the lab can produce way more efficient and better products than an animal in a field.
So maybe if you start with a top-tier product, very expensive ones like Wagyu meat or red tuna, etc.
That's it.
That's it. You have your business.
Exactly. Now again, it's still a science that is far away. I think companies are trying to do 3D printing of this specific, matrices of meat. But we are, it's super exciting. Not to say, for me it's absurd, right? It's complete sci-fi. It's Black Mirror shit happening in reality, But we are a little bit far away from that. Hopefully, one day we get there because it's going to be good for the Earth and humanity.
So maybe when thinking about looking into the future, how do you envision, the future of food and how we relate to it? It goes down that way?
It absolutely goes down that way. I think it's only natural to think that 10 years from now, 5 years from now, we had a complete different food landscape. Now we have things that you cannot tell the difference. I mean, again, we go to every consumer panel with a product that is a replacement and people cannot tell the difference. The purchase intent of one product versus the other is exactly the same. And so we're already there. I cannot imagine what will happen in 10 years. I am absolutely sure we'll start, eating things that we never thought of before. Things that are out of our paradigm. Things that, and flavors that you never thought of before. But you taste the flavor and you feel happiness. So you start going deeper into the rabbit hole of what people will start experiencing. So we gave, for example, this is just to set an example to kind of close it. What does a rainbow taste like? Right? You don't know. But a machine can predict it. And it would start relating, a rainbow to a taste. And actually, that's one of our projects we're working on, the taste of a rainbow. It's not Skittles, but anyway, things like that. So I envision something super interesting and curious that will be happening from, 10 years, 15 years from now.
Thank you, Matías and Diego. We're going to keep exploring the topic of sustainability by turning to a sector not traditionally known for being a beacon of environmental responsibility: personal care and cosmetics. One word: microbeads. The good news is that's finally starting to change, thanks to forward thinkers like João Ferreira, CEO of Natura & Co. Latin America. Under Ferreira's bold leadership, Natura & Co., one of the world's largest beauty brands, is disrupting the industry with a focus on sustainability, social responsibility, and environmental justice. And we are so here for that. Ferreira, on the other hand, is not here. He's in Brazil. So Elena Morettini, Globant's head of sustainable business, flew there to meet with him. Check it out.
Thank you very much, João, for being with us today and actually having us here. It is really a pleasure to be talking to you. First off, congratulations on all your remarkable success in Natura & Co. Under your leadership, your forward-thinking leadership, and possibly also front-running leadership, you've brought the company into a global powerhouse, and that is really remarkable. And again, as I said, thank you for having us here. We are visiting the Natura headquarters in Sao Paulo. Natura is a company that gives work to more than 35,000 people. And in a large merge with other companies like Avon, The Body Shop, and Aesop, you've really created a powerhouse in the beauty industry. Today, it is somehow easy to have sustainability as part of a strategy, sustainability as somehow a core business. But when Natura started this, sustainability was not such a trend, a tendency back in the 70s. So how were you so visionary back then at that time?
Indeed. We were fortunate in that sense because, the founder of this company named it Natura in 1969, when there was fascination for synthetic ingredients. So imagine that. It was against the odds, as he usually says. And he was always thinking about natural ingredients. But more importantly, was that he had a sort of philosophical beliefs behind the opening of this company, which later on, many years later, were finally formalized in a document which we call the essence of Natura, which talks about our reason for being and our beliefs. But amongst those beliefs, which are 6, by the way, there were 2 which I think are very relevant and shaped the business along the way. The first one talks about interdependence and relationships. It says, life is a chain of relationships. Nothing stands on its own in this universe. And the 6th belief says that a company is a living organism whose longevity depends on its ability to generate value for society. Well, that's basically the definition of sustainability. But back then, not even this word used to be common. Perhaps ecology, late 60s, maybe, but definitely not sustainability. Then along the way, based on those beliefs, philosophical beliefs, and our purpose, which is to promote the bem-estar bem, well-being, being well, which was basically the intent that through our products and services, we promote self-awareness, self-esteem, love for oneself, and which on its own is a huge contribution. But in addition to that, we think that when that happens, when people are in sync with themselves, there's the precondition for empathy to develop, which allows anyone to relate to the external world, to their beloved ones, to their families, to the communities, the society, to the planet, ultimately. So progressively, along the way, business decisions were taken by the founders of this company that shaped it the way it is today. Basically embedding sustainability in the way that we do business. So it's not that we have a sustainability department. Sustainability is the business. So to our knowledge, we were the first, or one of the first companies in the cosmetics world to launch refills back in the 80s. We decided late in the 80s that we would differentiate ourselves based on biodiversity and more recently biomimicry. I mean, learning from nature what sort of solutions there are to code our products, so to say. And from there, we decided we would invest in the Brazilian biodiversity, in the Amazon rainforest, how to transform those ingredients into cosmetic actives. But then we learned that the forest is not only the ingredients, are also the people who live there, and then developing the communities and so on and so forth. So, I mean, and one after the other, the executives of these companies were challenged to add new layers to that way of doing business.
That's really amazing, listening to all this concept that today, biomimicry, bioinnovation, the assets of the Amazonas being so important for this region of the world. I mean, it seems as if you're talking about things that were just promoted yesterday and not going back to your roots. Is there anything you want to highlight along that process of transformation? As you were saying, this was like a very smooth flow. Have there been moments in which you needed a mechanism to support all this transformative and reimaginative path?
Absolutely. I mean, the intentions are all good and nobody will dispute that, right? But how to transform that into a management system? Right. So we are indeed a triple bottom line company. So we pursue financial, social, environmental results. But, you know, did you know that all of our executives are compensated based on triple bottom line results? Okay. So I remember in year 2011, Natura reached all of its financial goals, but we missed the social environmental ones. No executive that year got its variable pay for the year. 0 bonus. That helps shaping the environment, right? But it's also true that every single process in this company has as part of its goals any sort of social environmental objectives, be it logistics, for instance. So as much as our people need to deliver good service at a good cost, they also have their carbon budget. So they have to choose which way to deliver that product to reach its carbon goals. Or our sales teams. We measure, because we are incentivized and because we're a triple bottom line company, we are obsessed by measuring social environmental results. So one of the things we measure is the Human Development Index of our consultants. Yes. So the same way it's done for countries, where you measure the Human Development Index of the population, we work with United Nations researchers to adapt that for our network of consultants, which in Latin America encompasses roughly 4 million. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Very big number. So anyway, we learned over the years what impacts that number. It's income and labor, of course, but it's also education, health, and citizenship. So our sales team needs to sell, but needs also to increase the Human Development Index of our consultants. So that's the way we turn good intentions into a structured management system, right?
From what you say, it's very clear that to have a people-centered and a nature-centered philosophy and strategy overall. And you mentioned the United Nations, and I think that if we go back to Kofi Annan, 2004, the first report entitled, Who Cares Wins? Mm-hmm. Giving a financial value to non-financial assets. Mm-hmm. Possibly that is related to your IPNL, very famous financial scheme and tool. And maybe you can explain to us what you were saying about how does that get embedded, your CO2 metrics and eventually your your schemes, because I think that is a great example for many other companies to follow. If we can actually make sure that we embed the non-financial targets as financial targets, as bonuses, as changing the internal dynamics of some financial metrics, I think that would be very useful to listen to, if you can.
Of course. Well, but since you mentioned the United Nations, we are also proud to say that Natura was awarded twice by the United Nations. First time in 2015, Champions of the Earth, and the second time in 19 for our carbon neutrality program, which was launched in 2007. So we have been a carbon neutral company since. And now, of course, we're moving to carbon positive and net zero and so on and so forth. But as you said, I mean, we always like to say that we create value for society, right? It's actually even in our bylaws. As we became a B Corp, the first listed company ever to become a B Corp, we had to amend our bylaws to say that we are to generate value for all stakeholders, right? We like to say that. But can we prove it? So that was the key question. Our goal is to generate economic value which is greater than the financial value. Can we show it? So we've worked for many years with researchers and other companies and NGOs and academia in general to create our first integrated P&L, whereby we monetize externalities, social environmental externalities. What is the human capital, what is the social capital, and the environmental capital. And there are externalities which show negative value, and some are positive. And when you see that, that changes the way you manage the business. But you know, the answer to the first question is yes. We learned that currently we generate 2.7 times in social environmental, 2.7 times our revenues in social environmental value. So great. And looking forward, I mean, we've published already our 2030 goals, and we are about to relaunch our 2050 goals. So going forward, we want to move this number 2.7 to 4 times our revenues in value for society. But the question is, we are for profit. So how to do that? How to combine those things? And there's only one way, in our opinion. Sustainability has to drive innovation. Because if you try and reduce or mitigate your impact afterwards, there's only so much one can do. If that is the way you think about the business, then there's limitless.
So it's like having sustainability by design. You bring it into your design of everything that you do, and through innovation, you make it thrive, right?
Absolutely.
And we're really fascinated about many of your aspects. Like, for example, this, I think is the latest campaign in rethinking the Amazonas, and there are also Brazilian angle to sustainability. That is also something that has caught our attention lately. And in everything that you mentioned, to bring all this to scale, I guess that you're using quite some deal of technology, and you need some sort of powering up tools. If that is the case, maybe not. I mean, if you want to eventually expand on that, but also trying to understand better the tools that you're using for all your measurements. Indeed, we know how you talked about being carbon positive, so that will imply possibly a shift from just calculating all your emissions to being more innovative and go farther in that respect. If there is anything that you want to share with us in terms of mechanism, technology, processes, because it's such a big learning for all of us listening to what you're saying and your strategies. And this part, and I will conclude immediately, the relevance that today the Amazonian assets are starting to have, finally, really leading the scenes, is something that, again, puts you up front and this run of potentiating all the green assets and having maybe technology to help those green assets at scale and have them become a fundamental part of everything that we do?
Well, technology is absolutely critical for us, not only the upstream part of the value chain, as well as the downstream in the commercial elements. So let me illustrate some of the use of technology, starting with products. And getting to the Amazon requires social technologies, because it starts with anthropologists and sociologists to help setting up the communities there. But then, comes fine chemistry, of course, to understand the potential of those ingredients. There are some of them that takes ages to develop. There's one case which I think is beautiful. There's the ukuuba, which is a moisturizing ingredient that comes from an endangered species, right? And people there used to cut that tree and sell it for $5 to produce brooms. Okay. Now, the same tree generates 3 times as much on a yearly basis just by collecting the fruit and the seeds. Now, I took 12 years of research to do that, 12 years. We've recently developed or co-developed with the governmental agency there, the agroforestry solution for palm, whereby, you get palm into the native species there. And it's amazing, the results, both in carbon insetting or biodiversity increase, revenues per hectare. I mean, amazing. It took us 14 years to get into the solution there. So there's a lot of science there, which, of course, in our business model, that is finally translating to an outstanding product, a brand that is communicated to consumers. They are willing to pay a premium for that and so on. That closes the cycle. Now, the same communities are part of our carbon insetting solution, which increases their revenues. So you know how difficult it is to understand your carbon footprint and the solution for that. Now, it goes to packaging, and as you properly said, now we need packaging that does not generate carbon, but rather the contrary. I mean, absorbs it. So, technical challenge. However, a super opportunity to differentiate in terms of innovation. Now, let's move to the downstream part. So 4 million people. 4 million people. I mean, imagine the power of having those people talking to people and what we can do currently with digital solutions. Because this has been a social network since the beginning. We have people that voluntarily convene, so like communities with common objectives, that create a brand, displaying products, talking about them like influencers, and physically allow the products to reach the consumers, like the big marketplaces will do delivering to your house. So all the network effects apply to our business, but it was developed offline. So imagine the power of amplifying those connections digitally, which opens a whole new world, and which we have been tapping with the help of partners in technology, of course. For instance, banking solutions. 50% of the Latin American population does not have a bank account. So we've created the Natura Pay, which is providing financial inclusion. Guess what? They are more productive, they make more money. We've tracked that. It helps increasing the Human Development Index and so on. Now, but what about our core business? I mean, cosmetics. So now we have solutions that allow our consultants to make a full diagnosis of your hair, for instance, right? Using their phones and using all this beautiful technology, or your skin, which is enhancing their professional skills.
So many of the things that you said can be seen as challenges and opportunities. So it's all about changing those challenges into the new opportunity of a new green economy and being able to power that up so that indeed you stay true to the creation of value and business, and at the same time you power up that incredible and amazing network of 4 million, you said. I mean, that is really influencers, diversity, an enormous community. So you really, I think that once you brought all this to scale, you can really choose where among ESG are you having the most impact, because you're actually having impact basically in everything.
Yes.
So it becomes a virtuous circle in which you really are having one resonating with the other. And I guess that indeed technology helps amplify that, power it up, and also speed it up, because possibly if there is one commodity we don't have, that is time. So I guess that can be very useful. And I also wanted to ask you another question about technology. We've seen that you've been, or possibly you still are, ethical chairman of AI. So, and you've also been a company that has used AI from the very beginning with virtual assistant. And so what is your view in the use of AI and the power it has as well?
You know, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about that, of course, as I would imagine every executive in this world, and I know that it will change the way we do things, right? And there's the whole element of efficiency. So how can we be more efficient in our recurring tasks? But the key question is, how do we create even more value in what we do? And here's the dilemma. We are a relationship-based company. I measure our number one belief, relationships. We believe in the power of having humans relating to humans. That releases the human potential. By the way, back to sustainability, when you think about the challenges of the world currently, it's not about the creation of wealth and value. There's already enough, and it'll be even more so with the technology accelerating. Is one of access and distribution. How to better distribute, the well-being and welfare that is being generated around the world, which, in my opinion, is the root cause of all the tensions, polarity, fragmentations that we're living in, including the climate crisis, but not only, the wars and so on. Now, the solution has to come from better human relations. Can AI be used to replace humans? It could. It could. It has the power of pretending some intimacy with people. But it could be also used to enhance the quality of human relationships. So, and that's our bet. How do we use AI to allow these millions of people who relate to even more millions of consumers on a daily basis to make their relationship increase the trust, the quality, the contribution that one can give to the other. And that is our challenge. We will discover that together, right? But I think this is fascinating, super powerful. We just have to find the right angle. And as I said before, use the social environmental challenges to drive more business opportunities.
That is really fascinating to understand the angles, explore them all. And by the way, just as a side data for you, we're trying to calculate the carbon footprint of AI. So we're concentrating on new calculations to understand what is the energy consumption, hence the carbon footprint, so that somehow we will be even more safe at the moment of deciding how to use AI in any of the contexts that you were mentioning. Coming to the end of our time, because it's been very generous with us, maybe just a couple of more questions. One is, from what I hear from your philosophy, strategy, etc., maybe this twin transition that couples sustainability and digitalization, very much promoted by the European Union, could be something that you agree with. Like the more we digitalize and somehow speed up a certain part of technology, the more we will be able to enhance sustainability outreach to a larger community. Do you think you can agree with such a statement?
It has the potential to, right? But it needs to be inclusive. You know, our challenge is one of inclusion around the world. Can we produce inclusive solutions? And the technology has that power.
Right. And going back again to this phenomenal 4 million of your consultants and direct sellers, that is also very much a metrics of not only inclusion, but also of diversity.
Yes.
Because you're really sampling society as it is. So I think that this is another one of the very big challenges we all have as industry, that of having a workforce that does represent the society around us. So I think that with those 4 millions, you're really thriving with that. One last question more maybe about you. In all this transformative, visionary path, is there something that you want to share with us that nobody actually taught you, but you've learned along the way without really following a mentor or a real teaching, something that came from you and that you feel today it's a learning that you can share with us?
I think I think I always observed or learned from others, right? But I think that as executives, administrators, we have learned how to optimize for restrictions, isn't it? This is what we learn in business schools, is how to optimize for restrictions. And my insight at a certain point here was that, if you redefine the restrictions, if you include other objectives, anyone starts to think differently. And suddenly all your gifts, which were shaped for certain use, can be expanded to contribute in so many different ways through your routine work, daily work, to contribute to generating higher value in ways one wouldn't imagine. And that's what I learned at a certain point in time. I said, I already have the tools required. I just didn't see the problem the way I should have.
So it's like reimagining and making see, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Molte grazie. Really interesting talking to you. Very, very inspiring. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
When Colombian-American entrepreneur David Vélez decided he wanted to take on the Brazilian banking system, some people thought he was nuts. At the time, Brazil's financial sector was firmly in the grips of large legacy players with deep pockets. Starting a new bank, especially as a foreign entrepreneur, seemed to many an impossible task. Vélez saw an opportunity to bring greater transparency and accessibility to an industry notorious for hidden fees and hour-long lines. In 2013, he co-founded Nubank, a digital bank with a customer-centric approach and commitment to innovation. Nubank is now the largest fintech bank in Latin America, with over 90 million customers. By offering low-cost, easy-to-use products, Nubank has transformed the way Brazilians manage their finances and inspired other startups in other countries to challenge their own incumbent banks. So, how did Nubank do it? Let's find out.
David, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Martin. It's a pleasure to be here.
I would love to start, if you don't mind, and the whole people here listening to us are very intrigued, I believe, about how you started the company, where you come from, and how you were able to build such a monster of $40 billion market cap from the scratch in just 10 years. This is absolutely unbelievable. So would you mind to go through that process?
Yeah, sure. No, happy to. So I'm originally from Colombia. Come from a family of entrepreneurs. My dad had a small factory that made buttons for jeans, and I grew up working with him in the factory doing little buttons. My mom's grandfather also had a vegetable oil company, so I grew up in this DNA of doing stuff and starting stuff. Since growing up, I was always starting small businesses and trying to figure out how to make a little bit of money for spend. I loved technology growing up, loved playing video games, did a little programming, and so for me, the dream was going to Stanford University in Silicon Valley and getting myself in that environment of technology startups. I was very lucky to be able to go and study there. But while I was at Stanford, I had no idea how to start a business. It passed years, and I just had I didn't have an idea, and I just had no idea how to even begin. So to my own disappointment at that point, I found myself going to Wall Street and worked for a number of years in investment banking and private equity. Private equity took me to Brazil for the first time in 2008 when I opened the office for a firm named General Atlantic in Sao Paulo. And that was a bit of an entrepreneurial experience because I was able to spend a lot of time looking at companies in healthcare, in education, and especially in financial services. That was the first time when I started looking at the financial services industries, at banks, with a lot of curiosity. Because when you're looking for big markets in Latin America, banks are as big as it gets. If you look at what are the biggest companies in Brazil, 5 of the top 10 are banks. What are the biggest companies in Mexico? Banks. What are the biggest companies in Colombia? Banks. And so I was very curious about the size of this industry and also about how profitable they were. These banks grew revenues every single year for decades, some of the most profitable banks in the world, and just I was curious about why there was very little competition. This was a very concentrated industry. I ended up going back to business school because I really wanted to start a business, and business school seemed like a good vacation to actually be able to have some time to dedicate. And then Sequoia Capital, a venture investor, found out and said, hey, just help us figure out if we should be investing in Brazil. And I paused my plans of starting a business to go work for Sequoia for 2 years. And I did that at the same time. And then this time around, I looked at investing, but with a lot of focus in technology. Latin America is one of the largest regions of the world, but there was very few startups, and that was weird. Why weren't there many more technology companies going after different markets? And unfortunately, after 2 years, we concluded that it was actually not that interesting, that Sequoia didn't want to start a business, an office to invest in Brazil. At that point, I decided, okay, I really need to go and start something on my own. And so I left, and I spent a few months trying to figure out what to start, went back to looking at financial services. And then I had a painful yet wonderful experience inside a bank branch in Sao Paulo. As an immigrant in Brazil, I had to go and open a bank account one afternoon. And it was the most painful experience anybody could imagine. I was trapped in this bulletproof door. Alarms started sounding. 2 armed guards, police, came to me and said, you have to leave, and you have to leave your backpack and your cell phone in a locker.
But why was that?
Because they had this bulletproof door, metal detector, and they effectively thought about every single person coming in as a potential bank robber, as somebody that wanted to rob the bank. And so they have all this security and metal detectors. It's almost like going through a security line in an airport. There was just, ultimately it was a painful experience that consumers had to go. It took me 5 months to open a simple bank account. I had to go to the bank branch 5 times, 6 times, investing 30 hours. And after the end of this journey, I couldn't understand how it was possible that consumers were going through this painful experience and why these banks that were the most powerful companies in the region and the most profitable banks in the world were treating customers this way, like criminals, right? Didn't make any sense at all. And that to me was the kind of the opportunity to say, okay, this is a great opportunity to be solved. And that's when I decided to focus really on building the digital banking experience to tackle that consumer pain.
Very, very interesting. But in that journey, I mean, you started like seeing like a very simple thing, like saying, like all of us start like saying, oh wow, this should be happening. Why is not happening? When you see an opportunity like this, then your vision starts to mature as you start growing your company and executing your company. How that process of improving your vision to what you have today, which is, in my opinion, is one of the best instances of reinvention. Like, you know, at Globant, we like to talk about reinvention and how we reinvent industries. And in your case, one of the things that I got more interested when you said yes to this conversation. I said, I would love to understand how is the thought process behind creating this innovation or reinventing a space that has not been reinvented, and how that process from that original idea that was, I believe, much more rustic of what Nubank is today to what Nubank is today happened.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So I think there were kind of a couple of elements that line up. The first element was this insight of an industry that had forgotten about their customers, because banks grew through acquisition for 20, 30 years. They became very big. You came to a point where you have 5 banks that own 85% of all the assets in the system. So a big, powerful oligopoly that stopped competing with each other and that ultimately forgot about customers. I remember going around and asking my friends, well, like, should I move to another bank? Look at this experience. And they would say, no, they're all the same. This is the way things are. And so that industry structure of lack of competition was an interesting insight that ultimately created that consumer pain. And then you have this technology adoption where in 2012, 2013, Brazil was going through a huge acceleration of smartphone adoption. And people were even calling, I remember this headline in the Wall Street Journal saying, Brazil is the social media capital of the universe. Brazilians are incredibly addicted to technology. They invented social media before social media. And so you had a technology disruption that was accelerating, and the combination of these two created the opportunity to reinvent banking using the smartphone as the key piece of technology. There was also another technology that enabled that, which was cloud computing. If in 2005 I wanted to compete with the big banks, I would have needed $40 million to buy a big IBM mainframe to be able to compete. Suddenly, with cloud computing in 2012, I didn't need a $40 million seed. We raised $2 million, and with that, we launched a bank. So smartphone technology, cloud computing at that point allowed us to build a full bank on the cloud. We built everything in-house, a lot of the code in-house, and we launched and acquired customers fully through the smartphone. That was what opened this window of opportunity to use technology to reinvent an industry like banking traditionally. We tried to build the very, very best credit card product, a culture that was obsessed about the customer, so we reinvented every single piece of communication. Even the way banks communicated with the customer, we decided to use a different type of language. It was a language that where we approached customers with a different words, almost treating them like friends, removing a lot of the formality that existed in that relationship. We used a lot of virality initially that happened organically, where customers loved the product so much that they went to online and they started telling their friends and their families about this new product. And we suddenly started to see this viral growth that nobody expected. Credit card is not a viral product. It's not a product that customers wake up in the morning saying, I'm gonna get a new credit card today, right? But suddenly we found ourselves with a product that had a higher net promoter score than any of those consumer products. And for a very long time, we had the highest NPS of any consumer product in the world. Until in one meeting, somebody told me that Tesla had a higher NPS, and I was obsessed about that. But then we launched Mexico, and today the highest net promoter score of any consumer product in the world is over Mexican credit card, which is very unexpected because again, you don't think about a credit card as a product that would have a very high NPS. But that just tells you something about the consumer pain or the consumers that didn't even have access to banking. So ultimately, I think those combinations allowed us to build a product that was very much loved by consumers and then scale very fast to a point where we continue growing every single month and we see millions and millions of customers coming in continuously organic.
When you see such a good net promoter score on any product, you may think that it's about very sophisticated things happening inside that product. But sometimes it's exactly the opposite. How would you describe the secret sauce of why your product has that kind of NPS or that kind of success with the customers and virality, right? Yeah. Because as you said, credit cards is not the dream product for anyone in the morning, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're totally right. I think when I think about what is perhaps the core insight of what we've done, that is different. It's so simple that I almost get ashamed every time I say it. The core insight was that in a market where consumers have options, they will pick whoever treats them the best. That's it. That consumers like to be treated like human beings.
Very simple, right?
That's it, right? Treat others like you would like to be treated. And that was the principle of our culture. We want to treat people well, and we want to get them, even as a core value, number one of our values is we want customers to love us fanatically. And that's sort of the ambition in an industry where customers would actually use a different word with banks. It was not love, it was hate. So we try to create a different type of feeling and then go even beyond on the fanatically aspect of that. And out of that, we created the entire product. So I think that the principal part was this way about really creating an experience that people would love. But then I think maybe the sophisticated aspect is there is a rational component to wanting the product, which is the no fees. We also charge no fees. And then that is the hardest part. It's like how do you actually build a business model
how you make money,
where you can make money without charging fees. And that is where the entire digital strategy comes into play. The moment that we decide to have no branches, that we can serve 85 million customers with about 7,000 employees instead of 100,000 employees like our competitors, our cost structure is about 20x more efficient than the banks. We're today the most efficient bank in the world. So something is very simple, but there is also a lot of complexity underneath the engine.
Yeah, it's the common idea that simple things should be simple. Yes, they look simple. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to execute those simple ideas is extremely complex. Exactly. And the other thing that reminds me, I was having a conversation many years ago with the founder of LinkedIn. And he was saying to me, Martin, if you are not a little bit embarrassed about the product you're launching, you're late.
Exactly, perfect.
I mean, it's not about a process. It's not about programming. It's about a culture, right? Mm-hmm. And I would love to understand more about how you build that culture inside the company and how that culture is pushing what you were describing before.
Yeah. The way I think about culture is the cement that sustains the skyscraper you're building, right? It is the basis and the fundamentals of the future growth. And it's also sort of the principles that people will then use to really do everything that they do, from make decisions, from building an actual product, how do you build a product, to even how do you communicate with customers. So one of the things that I actually had learned from Sequoia, where I used to work before, was that the culture of a business is built in the first 4 to 6 months by the first 10 to 15 employees. Those first 4 to 6 months are like magical moments, because that's when you start working with each other, you start creating that DNA. It's a little bit like, I hear sometimes from entrepreneurs say, well, I am too busy to think about the culture. When we become a unicorn, then I worry about the culture. And to me, it's almost like saying, I'm too busy to educate my children. By the time they turn 18, I'll educate them. It's like, no, it's too late, right? The culture will be formed regardless of whether you want it to be formed or not. It just happens. And so we were very strategic around the ingredients of that culture in the early days. We sat down, we discussed with my co-founders and on those first 10 employees what we were here to do, what was the big core purpose of the company. We defined those core values. The number one core value, as I said, was that we were going to win if consumers chose us, if we were going to produce the best product and service, and that's why we wanted them to love us fanatically. And so when you define a purpose like that or a value like that, then it is very clear for the rest of the organization how to behave. And then as you start scaling, then it's a number of different routines that you need to put in place to make sure that those values are real. So for example, when you recruit when you're recruiting new employees, you have a filter around trying to find employees that match those values. Then as they join your organization, there is an onboarding process. I still today provide the onboarding for every single employee that starts at Nubank. Every month I present a culture presentation with those values. I actually did it yesterday. I've given that presentation for about 100 times in 10 years.
That reinvention passion, I think, should be part of the culture. And we feel we're doing exactly the same for the technology space. I mean, how to create technology needs to be reinvented, and Globant is playing and doing everything different, from treating our customers in a totally different manner to understand how to organize our people in a totally different manner to achieve that. So that's part of the culture. So do you feel that that portion is part of your culture, that reinvention passion is part of your culture? And the second part of the question is how the traditional industry is seeing you, how you get on with them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. The way we talk about it, and it's also one of those 5 core values, is we're hungry and challenge the status quo. And that comes from a place, again, where I was a Colombian in Brazil and wanted to compete with the biggest banks in Brazil. And I heard from every single person that I talked to, it's not going to work, you can't do it, it's impossible, you're a Colombian, you have no idea about anything about Brazil, the big banks will crush you.
We heard those things many times.
The regulators. and
building anything.
You get used to people telling you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. And at least the way I react to that is the more somebody tells me I cannot do it, I want to go and do it. I want to go prove them wrong. I don't know where that comes from. There's probably some psychological insecurity underneath, but the more somebody tells me you can't do it, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go do it. And so, and what I found in that industry at the beginning, again, going back and saying like, oh, it's the way banks have always been, it's the way that things are going to be, you can compete with this biggest industry, was just this status quo that was almost sacred, that people couldn't touch it. And there was so much fear. When I talk to friends, when I talk to people in the industry, there was this fear about competing with these big companies. I always tell the story that in our deck, in our seed deck, we have a picture of the small David against the big Goliath. And I say that when I showed that slide to a Latin American investor, they would run out of the door. The story of the small against the big guy is the scariest story in Latin America. Because in Latin America, in Brazil, the big guy crushes the small guy every single time.
Totally.
So Brazilian investors will say no to that. When I showed that slide in Silicon Valley, it was the complete opposite. The story of every single technology company today in the world is the story of Steve Jobs going against IBM, right? It was the Google guys going after gigantic technology companies. So the biggest companies today is the story of the small guy going against the big guy. And I think that DNA of going against that status quo becomes sort of, at least for us, this view around reinventing is reinvention. And by the way, I think the way we talked a lot about it is it's not only against the outside world. You have an outside world, a status quo that you want to question and reinvent. But then especially it's against the inside world. By the time you reach 10 years old, as we are, and you reach certain level of scale, it's very easy to become complacent. And it's very easy to say, this is the way we do things here, and this is the way things will always be. You start hearing inside the organization what people in the industry would say about the industry. So the most important part about reinvention now is question ourselves continuously, is allowing the new people that join Nubank to question everything. And the old people that have been there have the open-mindedness and the humility to realize that we don't have all the answers, and that somebody new can have a better idea about the way we do things, and having that mental flexibility around being challenged on how we do things inside.
We love to do things like that at Globant, and I believe it's the only way. I mean, if you close your mind and your heart to the people that are thinking differently, and you don't hear them, because everything is written in stone, this is the worst enemy you can get inside your company. And about your competitors, what they think about you?
Well, I mean, I like to describe it as there's a phrase apparently from Gandhi somewhere in the internet. Right? It's questionable whether it was Gandhi or not, but he basically says, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. And we've seen those faces with our competitors. For, let's say, 4 years, we were completely ignored. And it's a blessing for any entrepreneur to be ignored. Is great, because we just run as fast as possible. At some point, they woke up, and then they saw us trying to compete with their customers and starting to grow. We showed up in their in their dashboards. And most of the reaction was, they laugh at us.
They laugh.
They're never gonna make any money, they're gonna go bankrupt, they cannot raise money, look at them doing credit, they're gonna fail, look at all these crises, like ridiculing and making fun of us consistently. Which again, is a great thing for an entrepreneur, especially an entrepreneur that the more they tell you cannot do it, as I was saying, I get more motivated. So we would grab all of that and put it in front of our teams. It's like, look at what your competitors are saying about you. And that, and for certain type of people, that's just such a motivating thing about like, all right, we'll prove them. So we went through that phase of being ridiculed. I would say we're now in phase 3. Now they fight you, and they are competing, right? Already for 3 or 4 years, they've been competing head to head, and you see them all doing different strategies. From some of them creating a full separate digital bank, some of them reinventing their own culture, some of them trying to compete with different ways. And that's a great environment to be in now, because we think competition is a great thing, right, for everybody. We don't have all the answers again. There are things that they do much better than we do. There's a lot of things that they do that we can learn from them, and we actively are learning from them. And now we'll be in a while where we will compete head to head with different weapons. But it's a very healthy competition. Ultimately, it's the consumer who's getting now more companies trying to be that desired, that favorite. And so everybody wins from that competition.
You know, competition is the only way to have fun.
Yeah.
If you don't compete, you don't have fun. So
exactly.
For me, it's like the fuel that we burn every day to try to be better and to try to achieve more. It looks like from everything that you don't need to wake up in the morning and to work anymore, right? But you're still doing it. And I feel so identified with that. And why you're doing it.
I'm going to ask you the same question when I finish.
Oh, no, I won't answer. I'm asking today.
Yeah. I still think, when I think about the opportunity we have, I still think we are, as we say, in the first minute of the first half. We have grown a lot, but we have something like, we have 15% of the Latin American population as a customer. So there's 85% out there that is not a customer. Even within the Brazil, where we have already 80 million Brazilians as customers, we have only 15% market share in credit card, 4% in personal loans, 2% in investments, 1% in insurance, 1% in small business. We're just beginning to build our own marketplace. So in Mexico and Colombia, where we launched, we only have one product, and we are top, 2% market share in Mexico. So as I think about the opportunity that we have, we are just in the very early days, and then we will want to do other stuff beyond Latin America. At some point, we will want to go to other countries and maybe other continents, and maybe we launch other products in other industries. So as I think about the opportunity, is just in the very early days. And for me, it has always been, or starting a business and running a business has always been about the journey. It's not about destination. I didn't start Nubank to say, oh, we'll do an IPO at some point and then we win. Or we'll get to a multi-billion-dollar company and then we win. I didn't define success based on any of those metrics. For us was always, what a great journey. What an adventure. We're going to go and compete with those Goliaths and fight for the love of these customers and build great technology and reinvent a lot of those products. And so if that's success. And so if we define success that way, then we're not there yet. It's about the journeys. Every day we get to do that in a different way. We get to launch a new product, or we get to talk to customers in a different way. And therefore the journey is not over yet. We're living that every single day, which means it's always continuing, and it never really has an end.
Well, look, when you are targeting such a large market, like the whole Latin American population, or in our case, the whole technology market in the planet, with no limits on countries, no limits on the amount of talent that you can get, then everything that you do in your lifespan is just the beginning of something.
Right.
So I believe that's a fun part about keep on working after 20 years, like in my case, or 10 years, like in your case. So
Just the journey continues to expand.
I don't know if you're gonna get to 20. You need to get to 20. That's my challenge to you.
That's the idea. That's the plan.
That's a long way.
Yeah.
So now going more into the inner part, and I will end up. My final question will be like for entrepreneurs. But let's go now into which are the elements that really create a company like Nubank or a company like Globant, which is our people.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that since when I started this business 20 years ago to now, the amount of new people that really understood that learning technology was and is like the next big opportunity or world-class opportunity for them is bigger and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for the things that you are doing every day, that Globant is doing every day, that Nubank is doing every day, convincing more and more people. So which would be your message to those young people, or maybe not young, or just someone that wants to change their career?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily young, but
Yeah.
Which would be the message for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are still in the early days of a huge economic revolution, right? Where every single industry in every single country is being reinvented by a new generation of companies, right? You look at the 10, 15 biggest companies in the world today, few of them existed 20 years ago. And the same might be true 20 years from now. When you look at, especially in emerging markets, when you look at the biggest company in Brazil or Colombia or Latin America or Asia or Africa, perhaps the 5, 10 biggest companies in Nigeria or South Africa or India might not exist 10 years from now because new companies that we don't even know about, that we haven't even conceptualized, will exist 10, 15 years from now. And that's because technology, first the internet, then the smartphone, and now AI, are 3 ways that are enabling new entrepreneurs to reinvent every single product and service. And that has been very clear, I think, first in commerce, when you saw big companies like Amazon. That was very clear in companies now like hotels with Airbnb, or cars with Tesla, or now in financial services, hopefully with Nubank. But the same thing is going to happen in healthcare, the same thing is going to happen in education, the same thing is going to happen in every single industry and vertical. And again, I think we're in the very early days, and just if you look at, for example, percentage of sales online in the world today versus offline. It's like 9%, 10%, 15%. Fintech in Latin America, where we operate. Fintechs have 3% market share. Still 97% of the market is offline, is incumbent banks. So while it seems somehow that we're big, we're still very, very small compared to the size of this market. So I would say for most people, the future of the world economy and every industry is of technology companies reinventing new industries. AI will accelerate that process. And if you want to be a participant of that reinvention, you gotta be in technology. You gotta understand how technology operates. You gotta understand how technology companies operate. They're very different culturally, tactically, very different from the more traditional incumbents. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be a programmer, but that means that you have to understand how programming works. You have to know how code works. And then you can position yourself in different functions in different areas. But ultimately, the world will belong and is belonging to this new generation of technology companies.
You mentioned the word AI, so let's go into that.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of things that can be done using generative AI these days increase a lot, and it's affecting and changing the speed of production of many things. I have my vision, but I want to know yours around how AI will impact in those future jobs, in the people that you were talking about before, and how they must embrace, that new technology to become more up to date, more productive, and how it will affect the whole ecosystem moving forward, and
Yeah.
how you're using AI inside Nubank.
Yeah, so we think AI is the new platform, is the new platform shift. Similarly, as a smartphone was a platform shift, and the internet, the web was a platform shift versus pre-internet.
Correct.
Everything changed. Once you have a new platform, everything changes, and it's going to be it's as horizontal technology as horizontal as software, right? AI is in a way is the new software. If you think about what software did to any industry and to any function, it really touches everything from the front end of a product and service to the back end of a product and services. Software has touched every single layer. AI is also touching every single layer. So for us, it's effectively understanding how AI is playing a role in every single thing that we do as a company. From how do we reinvent or rethink the consumer experience, how AI in our industry is going to become a way to deliver a better product and service and make customer love us fanatically. So as we continue to have that value and that goal, AI is going to facilitate us that experience. I think specifically there, we think is going to be the technology that truly allows us to get to 100% of the population, because even software didn't get us to 100% of the population. But I think AI is really going to be able to help consumers from any type of sophistication financially to really do the best investment, the best loan, the best type of financial services product. So huge potential on reinventing the way we serve consumers.
Correct.
And then huge potential in allowing us to become much more efficient and productive at every single thing we do, so that we can pass that efficiency to the end consumer via lower prices. And there is you have obviously customer service, but also you have things like internal audit or operational risk or capital management, things that are very bank-oriented. All of them, there is potential for AI to be playing a pretty significant role. So we think it's fundamental for any company to really adopt. And then for the people that are going to be dealing with AI, I think there'll be some creative destruction of jobs, as you've seen in other economic revolution historically. There will be a number of jobs that probably won't exist today, especially jobs that are very repetitive in nature, where AI will be able to do it better than human beings. But as in any other technology transformation, there'll be new jobs that we cannot even imagine today. Right, it's sort of a social media manager. That didn't exist 20 years ago, right? It's a job that never invented. So there'll be a new generation of jobs that will allow people to use AI as an enabler to get more productivity, to deliver the product and service, and that's why it becomes such a critical aspect of your function to understand.
Yeah, we like to say that there has been in the last 20 years, at least 30 years, a lot of moments in which we gain productivity with many different things. Internet was one, but I remember, producing games 10 years ago. Producing a game 10 years ago was like a nightmare. So you needed 60 engineers for 6 months working in a very simple thing to create something that made sense. Now you can do the same in 1 week with 3 people, right? That doesn't mean that whatever you can create in 1 week with 3 people is relevant for the market today.
Yeah.
Right? It's not relevant. So in the same way productivity grows, expectations of results and expectations of functionality grows. So we like to say that, yeah, productivity gain happens, but we need to think faster, and we need to produce faster results because now the tools are ready. So that's a kind of productivity gain and expectations, and what you want for the same mobile app, you want more and faster, right?
And you create more too, right?
And you create more.
The cost of producing software decreases.
Correct.
So you, instead of doing 1 game, you might do 10 games.
So that's one of the arguments I used to say. Listen, people won't lose their job. They will need to reinvent some of the jobs, but people will be more needed than ever to create to cope with these new expectations of what you can create with using AI. So it's a massive shift. Any kind of prediction of the future, like Terminator-like bad idea? Do you think something? Are you a believer on that?
On AI,
on Cyborg. Do you remember Cyborg?
Yeah. I'm skeptic about that. I'm much more of a techno-optimist than a pessimistic skeptic. It is possible that 30 years from now, things could happen. There is a distribution of outcomes. There is one tail in the distribution that could be really bad, but I generally, I've seen those arguments being repeated for 200 years, how technology could be bad, and if you just look at history, yes, there are some negative consequences of technology, but net, the quality of life of humanity has increased so much, especially over the past 50 to 100 years, that you would have to significantly ignore all of those trends and come up with a very different view to make the case that it's going to be really negative. And I have a hard time coming up with that narrative.
Yeah. I think humans are still in control. I mean, yeah, we can still turn on and off servers. We can distribute things like the blockchain that now you cannot turn it off. Mm-hmm. But that's a challenge to think about. I mean, maybe one day AI will reach those things that are distributed and you cannot turn it off. But in any case, we are in control, and we will be in control for many, many more years. So I'm a techno-optimist too. So to finalize, David, there's a lot of people I'm sure here that are thinking about creating new companies, that are thinking about creating these disruptions that you were talking about. Which would be the 3 pieces of advice or N pieces of advice that you would give to them?
I think the first one is to do it for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. And what does that mean? I think the right reason is you're starting a business because of the journey, not of the destination. Because you are going to try to build a great product, serve a great consumer, challenge yourself as a person. Is the fight, right? You're doing it for the fight. You're not doing it because you want to become a unicorn, because you want to make a ton of money. And I say that because if you do it for the right reasons and things don't work out, most startups don't work out, you're still going to be very happy about what you did, right? Because you did it for the journey and you had a great journey. If you do it because you're expecting you're defining success based on those markers, it's very likely you'll be disappointed. Because again, 90% of startups don't work out, and that's just a statistic. That's the reality. So, number one is do it for the right reasons, do it for the journey, do it for the experience. I think it's a growing experience, it's a learning experience. Second, just have fun and bring great people. Absolutely. Nothing more exciting than be part of a great team of extremely talented people that are different from you. Bring people that are different from you that complement you. Don't go with your 3 best friends that all look like you and talk like you and went to the same school like you. Try to mix it up, bring different people. That will create tension, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Some healthy tension. That's where you have real diversity of ideas and point of view. So do it with a band of brothers and sisters that will be on the same boat. And shoot high, be ambitious. We like to use a lot about there's an Aristotle quote that he says, it's better to shoot high and miss than shoot low and hit. And to me, that makes all the difference. It's just, ultimately, if you shoot too low and you hit, you're always going to have the question in your mind, it's like, what if? What if we had tried to go after that big market? What if we had tried to disrupt that big industry? And it's just more painful, right? You have errors of commission and errors of omission. Commission is when you do something and you fail. Omission is when you fail to do something. It's just much more painful when you fail to do something, when you didn't even try because you were fearful. So there, I guess, is just shoot high and no fear, go do it. And if it doesn't work out, then that's fine. At least you tried hitting something very, very high.
Excellent. David, thank you very much. I'm sure the audience enjoyed this conversation as much as I enjoyed talking to you. It's an honor for us, and looking forward to keep on doing things together, and looking forward for Nubank to keep thriving the way it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
it seems inevitable that the majority of the content that we see on the internet is probably going to be AI generated.
We see robots in our day-to-day life. Honestly, autonomous cars are essentially robots.
We don't like AI for the sake of AI, but we like the outcome of that.
We are witnessing a revolution in how we work, innovate, and grow. At the heart of this transformation is the partnership between us humans and cutting-edge technology like AI and machine learning. This collaboration is expanding the horizons of what we can create, while enabling companies to scale faster and more effectively. Here are two AI experts to talk about how this technology is augmenting human capabilities and driving business growth. Guibert Englebienne, co-founder of Globant and president of Globant X, and Kevin Guo, CEO of artificial intelligence company Hive. To kick us off, would you each introduce yourself and talk about what you're working on?
Sure. My name is Kevin Guo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hive, and we are a cloud provider of AI models.
And I'm Guibert Englebienne, co-founder of Globant and chairman of Globant X, where we try to package AI into useful tools that people will accelerate. We expect people, organizations to accelerate their way to digital through that.
Speaking of useful AI tools, how would you explain to a layperson what it is that Hive offers? How are people who are not in the AI world going to experience Hive in their daily lives?
So for many of you in the audience today, I'm sure you're actually interfacing with a Hive model, you just don't realize it. So our customers today include companies like Reddit and Spotify and Zynga, many of the largest consumer platforms in the world. When they need to understand their content better, they can either choose to try and build these models themselves, or they can use a partner like Hive to really accelerate their development. So we basically serve our models as APIs that customers will consume by sending the raw content to us. It could be image, video, text, or audio, and they choose which model they want. It could be for content moderation, OCR, speech-to-text, translation, age detection, reverse image search, all sorts of different challenges that they may want to solve. And our kind of business is built upon producing really high quality models that are going to be, again, better and kind of faster to market than what they could build themselves. And today we're processing tens of billions of pieces of content every month.
There are two examples that I really want to dive into. The first is flagging AI-generated content, and the other is content moderation in general. I'm curious, how might I expect over the next few years to see content flagged as AI-generated? Would it be the entire piece of content or the specific part that's AI-generated as more and more people begin to use these tools in different ways?
Yeah, so that's one model that is a newer model of ours that's become quite popular. So this is an interesting model where it itself is a deep learning model. It is not a generative model, but it is more what we call a classifier that is able to detect if a given piece of content itself is AI generated. So the way we train this model is by having huge amounts of data, images, examples that we know were either AI generated or not, and we can kind of pick up on implicit patterns in those pixels that leave a sort of signature, if you will. The signature for many humans is actually imperceptible. That's why some of us are fooled by these very realistic-looking images of strange things that come up that go viral. I'm sure we've all seen them, like the Pope in a Balenciaga jacket, for instance. You may not be able to tell, but to a model like ours, it's extremely visible, like a giant heat map almost. And so this model we come to market with, to our knowledge, is the only really production-grade model. It is 99.9% accurate and is able to tell you for a given piece of content, image and text actually, which not only is the content, has it been AI generated in some way, but even which part of the content has been modified. And we think this is actually going to be really important moving forward because the truth is, our business is interesting because we said this intersection where so much content flows through us from our partners. We get to see what the makeup of this content is, and we are seeing an increasingly large percentage is indeed AI generated. And so if you extrapolate this out over the next 10 years, it seems inevitable that the majority of the content that we see on the internet is probably going to be AI generated, and giving that information to the consumer, telling them, hey, look, this is AI generated. That doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing or malicious, but you should know that it's AI generated, and you can make your own determination of how you want to interface and engage with that content.
And it would allow me to understand which piece of it is AI generated, so I might be able to see the sort of artistry and the ways that people are using AI, right? Like, it's not necessarily, I spend a lot of time prompting Midjourney, for example. If I then use that in an animation, you might say this part is partly AI generated.
Correct. That's right. Yeah. So again, we will say this part of the image or the video is AI generated, and again, it's up to the platform one to show the user how they're going to show the information, but then ultimately it's going to be up to the end user to determine what they want to do with that information.
One of the things that is, I think, going to be most impactful is the way that AI is going to change how software itself gets written. What do you see as sort of the very near future of changing how code gets made in the first place?
Well, definitely, we've been in the digital transformation business for 2 decades, and what we learned was that this was a very difficult process. Assembling teams, developing projects, getting them to a market was something that required a lot of effort. It was like rowing against the current without rows. We felt there was much more to be done. And for the last 8 years, we've been developing technology that today, particularly in 2023, which is a year of inflection, after the OpenAI released ChatGPT and everybody's aware of the power of generative AI, we believe that we shouldn't think any longer in software that is made as in 2022, okay? So this is a very significant year. And what can we expect from that? First of all, the way we develop software should embrace generative AI. So we have platforms that allows you to build fully functional working systems in a matter of minutes, already deployed, providing value, following a prompt. As you prompt Midjourney, you can prompt GeneXus and eventually get a fully functioning working system there in minutes. We also use it to augment our understanding of code. There are tons of code bases that never got documented, and 70% of the time a developer has to spend in understanding the code written by others goes into making sense of what somebody else made. So Augoor, another product, helps you understand at 10,000 foot what the software does, then go deeper, and always with a companion that helps you and explains you everything from a large module to a class to a single line of code, or using tools like Magnifai to help you get confidence that the software is perfect. Today, consumers, we are, like Kevin's technology, we understand if the company behind the product has really invested into that software, because we look at for pixel perfect software. So Magnifai help us test much faster. But this is just part of the story. The thing is, not only we have new tools to develop software, but we also can dream with different sort of software to be built. So I don't believe that the software is going to be in the future and today can be far more expressive. We need to stop doing point and click navigation, but it will be far more conversational. Will provide me with, hey, I want to give me a holiday in Hawaii for my family. Boom, it will provide me with a few options and I will choose. Or, filling out forms or doing things like that are things of the past. Now we can dream many other solutions, and we also built a technology tissue to call generative enterprise, GeneXus Enterprise AI, that essentially rolls out the power of AI into an entire organization, including your developers, so they can dream better applications.
It seems to me like that's the next step in a long history of making computers easier and easier to talk to, right? Like binary to assembly language to early programming languages and beyond, we're now prompting tools to create code in ways that are much more intuitive to us. Like I still know a couple people that can program in assembly language, but they're few and far between.
Well, I had the privilege of being one of those. And actually even teaching assembler at the university. And in a few decades, we have seen an explosive amount of collective work empowering our developers. So many people right now, in order to monitor, to to moderate the content, they can call an API from Kevin's company and suddenly get a problem, a very complex problem to be solved. So today developers are mashing up a lot of different frameworks, APIs, and this accelerates everything. This goes in the same path.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are expanding the way we develop not only code but also fully functional systems.
One of the things that I think is important about this moment, this sort of hype moment, is that a lot of people are coming into AI for the first time. They're trying to understand how it works, how it can help them, whether they're a specific consumer or a company. I'm curious, since both of you have been working on similar projects for a long time, what is your entry point? What is your founder story for how you got started? If we could start with you, Kevin.
Sure. Our story is a little bit unorthodox, so maybe I'll dive into this a little bit. So me and my co-founder, we both met when we were at Stanford. We did our undergrad and graduate studies there in computer science and AI. Like many other students in that time period, this is like 2013, 2014. Many of our peers were dropping out, starting companies, so we thought that's what we should do too. So we ended up dropping out when we started this business. It was a video chat app. We raised our seed and Series A off of this. We went viral. You could, for those of you that remember the app Chat Roulette, that was popular back in the day. We built that, but for mobile was kind of our pitch. And it resonated. People loved it. We got millions of users like almost overnight. We're living the dream, but we ran into some problems. And so obviously we had the technical scaling problems of infrastructure and all that. And so that one we figured out. But we had a much more important problem, which is around content moderation. And if you remember Chat Roulette, they had this huge issue. They were very famous for this. And we did not escape that. It's a problem I think that plagues most internet communities for a reason. And I remember viscerally, this was like 8 months in. It was one weekend. I was talking to my co-founder, and we had this issue, right? And we had thought naively at the time that this would be easily solved. We tried open source, that should do it. No, open source wasn't good. We tried third-party models that had been built. At that time, Google Cloud Vision had just launched a beta. We tried their models. We thought Google should be able to do this. That was terrible. We tried human outfits, BPOs, but it was way too expensive. We were a small startup. And so then that fateful weekend, I said to my co-founder, look, I think we have to build this ourselves. And so I hand-labeled that first set of content. This is where things get pretty funny. So our investor actually told the show Silicon Valley this story. So if any of you have seen the kind of story arc where there's like hot dog, not hot dog, so that's actually based on us. That's our claim to fame. So with that, you probably understand the problem I was dealing with. I labeled this data set. It's called hot dogs. There's binary class, hot dog, not hot dog. I hand-labeled 50,000 of these images, built a deep learning classifier to do this, and it already outperformed everything we'd seen on the market. So we released it for ourselves. Obviously, we were happy with our own, solving our own problems. Some of our engineers thought it was really funny that the CEO was talking about hot dogs all the time. As you can imagine, we're all pretty young and kind of stupid in the way we dealt with this. So they told their friends, hey, at other companies, oh, look what we're doing. Those founders then reached out to me. I kind of known them in the social circles anyways. They said, hey, Kevin, it's really funny what you're working on, but no one really talks about this problem. We all have it. We've all kind of done these janky solutions to try and solve it. Can we actually get this API from you? And at the time, we were consumer business. We were B2C. We had no enterprise DNA whatsoever. They were like, I was friendly with them. I felt bad for them because I could empathize, obviously, myself, having been through this problem. So we said, sure. I gave access to APIs. And then from there, we kind of had this dual track business almost where consumer business was doing all right. But I was finding that we spent more and more of our time supporting these kind of APIs for these small customers we had. And we, of course, expanded it away from not just hot dogs, but for general nudity and graphic content and hate speech and violence and gore and age detection, all those other things that we knew we needed, but also our customers needed. And then fast forward a few more years, by the end of 2017, our consumer business it was fairly successful, but it wasn't going to become the next Snap, let's say. But that niche we had filled of production grade models, specifically starting with that content moderation use case, we knew we were the best at that. And so we ended up really focusing on that as a business. And so our entry into AI is very atypical, I think, compared to a lot of these other pure research businesses you may see. They started off really with explicit intent, for instance, of trying to build general intelligence. We had much more, I guess, modest aspirations. It was just, I want to solve the hot dog problem first, and then from there, we kind of just took it stepwise, right? So we've always viewed AI as a tool to solve a problem, and that's kind of how we've guided everything we've built. Anything that you see now, the products we offer, it all started from a customer problem, and we find the best model available to solve that problem.
One thing I'm going to remember is start with the hot dog as advice for how to think about AI. How about you?
Well, I was able to always differentiate the hot dog from a salad, and I always pivoted to the hot dog. But no, in our case, we've been working with AI for quite a long time in many of our customer projects for a long, long time. And 8 years ago, we decided to gather the entire company. We were 7,000 at that time. And we said, guys, AI is here, it's no longer a promise. We can now make our work better and also the things we do for our customers better. So we encourage them to actually be trained. So we ask 100% of the organization to be trained on AI. We developed courseware, different initiatives, so everybody was on top of that. We also are a very entrepreneurial company, so it was natural for us to actually make sure that everybody understood that they could explore whatever they could with AI. So if you fast forward 8 years, what you see at Globant is what I like to call a hybrid organization where humans and AI partner up to become a far more powerful, far more scalable organization. To give you an idea, we use AI today for recruiting, assembling teams, expanding our ability to connect better with more people, trying to keep that family spirit, in an organization that has grown to today 30,000 people. But as I was explaining, we are also using it for the core of what we do, which is building software, understanding software, testing software. So it has been quite a ride, but we see every day new projects coming up, and that's what we are packaging at Globant X to make it simpler. I believe that the main, while everybody was surprised with with generative AI, it was because it was made simple to use. You only needed to know your own language to get advantage of what AI could bring. So that was like what we call the iPhone moment, when suddenly something becomes viral. But on the other spectrum, and having worked with many organizations, we know that the main stop, that AI will face is our human nature and our willingness to continue doing the same things over and over. So I believe that in order for AI to become extremely valuable, it needs to be simplified. It needs to be packaged on useful things. We don't like AI for the sake of AI, but we like the outcome of that. So that's what we're looking for.
If we think 10 years down the line, for each of you, what is the world that you hope we can build in 10 years with AI? If you're wildly successful in the ways that you're working now, what does the world look like in 10 years? And what is the greatest concern that you have, your shower worry, the thing that, keeps you up at night that you want to express, let's avoid traveling down that road?
Well, in our case, I would say, we've been working in a number of cutting-edge technologies as they appear. We were among the first ones to work on social networks back in 2006, 2007. And back then, we did not know anything about the collateral effects that technology had. Now we do. Polarization, information bubbles, screen time addiction, texting and driving, cyberbullying are some of those problems. With the AI, what we are extremely optimistic about the power of AI, and we believe in a future where we will have co-pilots for pretty much every task out there. But we also need to approach this technology as it's so powerful. We need to approach it carefully, and that's why we are investing heavily on understanding taking a look at the sustainability of technology. What it seemed to be like a green industry, that was not pollutant. Actually, we are having a lot of energy consumption, and we need to look for that when we build software. But also we need to build sensible software that is sustainable for the society. So we kicked off a couple of years ago what we call the Be Kind Tech Alliance, where we work with many other partners, including universities like MIT, George Washington, and others, and investment funds, on selecting entrepreneurs who are tackling these important problems, and we are helping them, investing them, coaching them, trying to help them get to a market. So that's, if I look at 10 years from now, I would like to see a future where AI is empowering many aspects of our life without compromising a sustainable future.
So I think I'll answer in two ways. The first is we think that there should be certain tasks that humans really shouldn't do or should very sparingly do. I think an AI model can take it over. Content moderation, again, given our background, that's when we understand really deeply. There's really no reason why there are certain companies like Meta famously still have tens of thousands of people, behind the scenes reviewing really graphic content. We believe a very performant model should be able to free humans of that kind of work, right? So that's, objective number one. A second point that's actually tangential to this is we are generally concerned with the kind of negative impact of a lot of these generative models. I mean, yes, on the one hand, it enables human creativity, which is great. I think it will increase productivity as a whole. However, this is related to the hot dog problem. In general, humans, there's always that kind of negative downside. Like there's the human instinct, nature is to always abuse platforms in ways that we couldn't imagine. So in our case, right, there are two ways. So first, detecting if something's AI generated, obviously on social platforms, that makes sense. You see the kind of sensationalist content, the misinformation, especially with the elections coming up, that's very concerning. So we're for sure working on that. But there have been more unexpected ways, and this has popped up too. Like for instance, in the last few months alone, we've worked with numerous major insurance companies who have started to report that they're starting to become rampant fraud in insurance claims. They noted that the incidence of minor bumper damage has risen by several orders of magnitude in the last few months because people are basically taking an image of the car and then AI generating some damage on it, right? Maybe they couldn't do it with Photoshop because that's too advanced, but now they can just put it as a prompt, be like, hey, take this bumper, put a small scratch under 6 inches. And historically, the insurance companies don't even bother sending someone to audit such a claim. It's not worth their time they'd rather just cut a check for a few $100s. But obviously their alarms went off when they saw so many people claiming a few $100s, right? And so these are not things that you can really predict going in, but you have to assume, I think, and be prepared for the fact that generally when there's a tool like this, the downside will be there. And I'm definitely worried about that. And that's why we spend a lot of our time building out these other systems and models in place to actually kind of counterbalance that a bit. I also generally believe that the progress of these AI models and people are really fearful of, it's gonna replace all of human labor and it's, general intelligence is like around the corner. I think true intelligence is still very hard to replicate. I think that will take a long time. But the rate at which humans may negatively use these tools, I think that will actually be faster than most people realize.
What do you each think is the most or a real misunderstanding between lay people that might read headlines about AI or might genuinely want to participate in the conversation, but are getting messages that are confusing or just wrong? What are the biggest misunderstandings you feel you'd like to clarify about AI right now?
So I think the first, actually, to kind of extend my previous point, there is a misconception right now because of how impressive some of these experiences can be with for instance, ChatGPT, that Skynet's around the corner, singularity's here. The truth is these models, they're impressive, yes, but if you really look at the science behind them, they're not really intelligent in the way that we view human beings to be intelligent. They are giant mimicry engines. They are almost, in a way, mindlessly repeating patterns. I think one example I heard that really resonated with a layperson is, imagine you are someone sitting in a room and you hear someone, and you only know English, but you hear someone next door speaking Spanish, and you hear enough of those words that you repeat those words, right, as in the right order, in the right times, but you may not understand at all what it means. That's kind of what's happened here with a lot of these large language models. They may give the illusion of intelligence, but it is not true intelligence the way that a human can go and come up with a totally novel concept or write a beautiful proof, a mathematical proof, or a paper on philosophy. These are things that are still beyond the bounds of what a transformer-based model can do today. I think there's a lot of research in the field now about how to really extend this and go beyond, but it may honestly require an entirely different viewpoint, right? So I think these generative models in that way are going to be fairly bounded, and I actually think that's not necessarily a bad thing, because again, I don't know if the world would really be ready for true intelligence coming in the hands of everyone. Like I said before, the negative impacts could be quite pronounced. I think that pace, it's going to hit a ceiling here fairly soon, and you're going to see a lot of tasks like coding that I think will definitely get there, because that's more, in a way, mechanical much of the time and very repetitive. But true creativity and the way that we think about human intelligence, that is still a long way off.
I totally agree with Kevin in the fact that we cannot think that whatever is there, whatever is being generated, is actually truthful. Okay, so we need to have a compass helping us deal with that and understand always that what we read is not necessarily true, and we need to have a second thought about that. But adding to what Kevin said, I would say there's another thing that is important. Is one common thing when new technologies appear is to think that they are meant to be adopted by someone else, but not me. Okay? So I would say we need to think it twice. Whatever we don't do, whatever time we don't devote to adopting technology that is out there that will bring a lot of impact, we are losing an advantage. So I believe that we need to devote time. I always illustrate this with the case of Bitcoin. I have a few friends which are extremely very early adopters of Bitcoin, who may have bought the Bitcoin for cents. I wasn't one of those. I was very busy building our company, So one day when I decided, I bought it, for far more. When you think on, if you think on, I imagine here on the audience, you may have several Bitcoin holders, but I'm pretty sure that most of us had wished to buy it much earlier, okay? So take that distance, which is huge typically on the value, is essentially a proxy to how we need to think on the distance of someone who really devotes time to adopting technology rather than those who do not and who like to stay until, to be a laggard, and to be a late adopter. We cannot afford that. I believe that we need to jump. When everything is there, everything is accessible. You don't need to be a genius to actually adopt AI today. So do it. I guess that's the best word of advice.
I think there's a big difference between truly jumping in and thinking about how AI can actually help your business or you as a consumer versus cloaking yourself in the terminology of AI, but not actually using it in a meaningful way or using it to help others. I'm thinking of just how basically every company I can think of has sent me a press release about how they're using AI, whether or not they are meaningfully using AI in their business. And I'm curious, as to experts, how do I, as a layperson, pierce that? What do I look for in order to understand who is using AI in a way that could be truly transformative for an industry or who is kind of part of a hype?
I tend to agree with you. Communication departments have been very eager of adopting AI, at least on the press release. But I would say I wouldn't worry if they use AI or not. I would worry about, okay, what value am I getting from a certain company or not? AI has been everywhere and everybody's talking about AI. I would say, first of all, it's extremely hard for organizations to actually organize and get a consensus about change. Now, with AI, you can use it on your personal level and become far more productive. Start there until something actually gets done at the corporate level. There are many companies who have banned the use of generative AI because of privacy concerns. I believe they are right on that regards. But there are also solutions. Now we have one on how to make it totally available without having to compromise your privacy. But essentially, the decision-making process at any large organization takes time. It requires confidence to be built. There are many ways that you can already start tackling the power of AI and harnessing it today in your own personal tasks.
What I'll just add is I think there's these days, AI and generative AI become synonymous. Turns out that generative AI is really that's actually a fairly small subset within the broader field of AI. And for many of these businesses out there, think about the models that we've talked about, how we've sold, they're all deep learning models, but they're not generative models. And in some ways, these type of predictive models are even more suited for clear enterprise problems, right? Like the example I'm giving, right, is it a hot dog or not? You don't really need a generative model that is, a billion parameters to tell you this answer. If I can get you a model that's 20 times smaller, 20 times cheaper, and 20 times faster, that's more accurate for that single problem, maybe that's a better choice, right? And so I think the reality is all these businesses, they have been using these smaller, more purpose-driven AI models. They just don't maybe sound as glamorous in the announcements. And so they're all saying they're using generative models. But I actually have seen even before this whole generative wave, we had a lot of adoption. We were growing exponentially, and we saw a lot of just generally, there's many more practical uses of these type of single point predictive models in the enterprise.
To follow up on that, if I think about AI as the largest possible encompassing term in the biggest circle in the Venn diagram, and then there's good old-fashioned AI as like a tiny little circle over here, and machine learning as what has become the only thing that we're really talking about when we're talking about AI, at least in many of these conversations. How would you describe the different circles within the subset of machine learning? You said there's generative AI, and then there are other kinds of machine learning AI people should be aware of. There are going to be lots of different levels of understanding in people watching this. What are the circles that they need to be aware of in that Venn diagram?
Probably the easiest way to split it out is just take the big circle of AI. Within this, there's like, you call it classical AI, which encompasses more like basic statistical methods. I include things like linear regression and stuff in there. Let's just put that as one nebulous bucket with many more sub-buckets. Then there's another circle you can draw tangential to it, which is called deep learning. This is what's been around for a long time, but it was only in recent years with GPUs getting powerful enough that this became relevant again. Within deep learning, you now have some other circles, but you could say one of those circles is generative AI, right? So generative AI model is for sure it's a deep learning model. And it is specifically, in all cases that we've seen here, these are transformer-based models. So it is a small subset. Now, the tasks that it's suitable for things around creativity and generating content, hence its name, it's unmatched, right? You couldn't use what we call a classifier, right? A classifier was trained on, is it a hot dog or not? You're not going to be able to use that model and write a paper on the fall of the Roman Empire, right? You could theoretically use a model that is able to talk about the fall of the Roman Empire and then also tell you if it's a hot dog or not. It could be done, right? But the point is, there are kind of different purposes for these models, and as such, they're used. They should be deployed and used in those optimal ways.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd want to add to help people differentiate different kinds of AI?
I believe it's what Kevin just said. It's pretty AI is in every product today, either to classify and to find your dog on your iPhone or to make a conversation. What I believe is important to understand is, to add is the advent of generative AI. AI for the first time allows AI to impact into areas that before were off-piste, for IT. So legal departments, proposals, all sorts of things now can benefit from a lot of technology that we've been building. It's like a calculator. What did two numbers, now Gen AI is doing it to text. So there are many ways to think about the power of AI that you need to understand, besides the classifiers that Kevin was mentioning.
Is there anything that I haven't asked each of you that you'd like to mention or say? Then I've done my job. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Carolina Dolan Chandler, Chief Digital Officer at Globant. I've been in technology for 20 years, and I can honestly say the past year has been probably one of the most exciting I have seen. The changes that AI has brought to us over the last 12 months have been amazing. OpenAI, ChatGPT, it has been super fun to watch, but it's interesting to talk about where things are going next. There are very big trends coming in AI. The two major ones that we see are very simple. The first one has to do with large language models, the ChatGPTs of this world. These are models that take a while to train, right? OpenAI had their DEF CON not too long ago where they announced GPT-4 Turbo, larger context windows, closer cut-off date. They're being expanded. They're allowing us to do much more than we used to. They incorporated multi-model capabilities. They're understanding images. Now you don't even have to process a document. You have a document full of images. They can read within that and do whatever you need. These models are not only benefiting from developers doing these improvements, but also from hardware improving. NVIDIA has announced Grace Hopper 200 chips, along with many other improvements. These chips are improving orders of magnitude the processing time, allowing all of this to be developed much faster than we had originally anticipated. The other trend that we see that is impacting all of us is the generation of lightweight models. These are models that are much smaller, they take less time to process, and they require less hardware, making them models that we can put in cars. We can put them on satellites. We can put them on the Humane AI pin. So I can go, walk to my fridge, take a picture with the Humane AI pin, and simply say, hey, what can I make for dinner, considering what I have here? Honestly, myself, thinking about what I need to do for dinner, I waste a lot of time. The other big trends that we see have nothing to do directly with AI, but they're going to impact AI in a way. The thing about quantum computing is that we don't really need to understand how quantum mechanics work to understand how it's going to impact us. We know that it's going to greatly impact anything that has large volumes of data processing. It's going to impact AI, of course, and how we generate models, but it's going to impact also cryptography. So it's going to have an impact in terms of how we handle security. And we can also see that governments, entities, everybody are getting ready towards this. Every single one of us simply has to understand what the technology is going to bring to us and start thinking about how we're going to adapt it and put it in place. The last important trend that I want to talk about is robotics. Our entry barrier towards robotics has lowered. We see robots in our day-to-day life. We see it in airports where there are coffee machines that are actually robots. We also see it in cars. Honestly, autonomous cars are essentially robots. All of this is being empowered not only by the hardware being improved, but also by artificial intelligence, allowing these robots to, again, take the context into consideration, to be able to make decisions based on what's going on. Similarly to quantum, we don't really need to do anything right now in terms of building a robot ourselves, but we do need to be looking into what is this going to mean for us as a company, as a person, as somebody who lives in this world. I'm super excited to see what these trends are going to develop into, and I'm super excited to see how all of us incorporate them every day.
Hello, visionaries. Here we are. Once again, thank you for being with us today at Globant Converge. As we close the day, it's been a great journey with the theme of AI, limitless disruption. On behalf of everyone at Globant, I am very grateful for having you with us. We have looked into the wide possibilities that artificial intelligence offers to reshape our world, our industries, our way of life, and how we work. We believe that AI has the potential to confront humanity's biggest challenges and opportunities across society, from healthcare to climate change, from live events to education, and even the visual arts. However, we also know that technology is only as good as how we implement it. That's why at Globant we focus on applying AI for a positive impact on our society. That's why 5 years ago we established our own AI manifesto to guide this vision. It outlines our shared principles of applying AI to augment human intelligence by speeding up repetitive tasks and allowing people to be more creative, by being compliant with local laws and privacy ethics with regards to personal data, to remain vigilant to potential biases based on an individual's background that could be emulated in technology, and for the transparent use of AI that enables social contribution on a pathway to sustainability. At Globant, we use AI not only in the solutions for our clients, but also to challenge the status quo right here at our company. We apply it in developing our culture and changing the way we engage with talent to advance the careers of our Globers. On our platform of Start Me Up, we foster a culture of connection, positive feedback, and support for our globally distributed and hybrid workforce. The tool enables our company to reinforce the recognition among our Globers in line with our company's core values. Through AI component of this platform, we can even anticipate attrition and disengagement of particular team members so that our people team can take action. We are also applying AI to help upskill and reskill our people to ensure that they are becoming the best version of themselves. On our talent hub called My Growth, Globers and their career mentors can track their advances in specific skills relative to the needed proficiency at each seniority level. Through our education platform of Globant University, we apply AI algorithms to recommend particular trainings, to pair Globers with their right mentors, and to orient them with the right skills so that they can take the next leap in their careers. The opportunities for growth are endless, with over 4,500 different learning experiences, but tailored to expand and complement each Glober's interest, ambition, and skill gaps. As we part ways, I hope you'll take the message of AI limitless disruption with you. We hope that the knowledge, connections, ideas, and experience here can boost your interest in this transformation. Thank you, and good luck on your own journey of limitless disruption.
That's it for Converge 2023. Huge shout out to our speakers for sharing their stories. Thanks to the Globant team for orchestrating this symphony of ideas. And thank you to all of you for your eagerness to learn and engage. We're already gearing up for 2024, and we couldn't be more excited about what lies ahead. So stay curious, stay inspired. We'll see you next year. Leaders in every industry are leveraging the power of AI to make better decisions, create new value for their customers and stakeholders, and drive growth. Throughout this next series, we'll dive into some real-world case studies and gather insight from high-level executives who are reinventing their industries through AI and other cutting-edge technologies. What are some of the most interesting use cases you've seen with AI from your clients at Globant?
Yes, I would say that 10 years ago when we opened the Big Data Studio, and studios for us are deep pockets of expertise where we host our capabilities in technology, was actually seeking reinvention and innovation, so trying new things, new technology. Right now I see that AI is mostly on process automation, so looking inside organizations for efficiencies, and then we know that that will impact the outside. In the past, we've seen that putting together the technology pieces was more difficult than the past year. Now with LLMs is much easier to adopt the technology and plug it into the systems or services that the organizations have. For example, for analysts that are doing research on the market, or even investors that they are looking to the market and doing some numbers crunching, is actually loading all the data pieces that they usually do manually to the LLMs and then asking questions. So it's kind of starting a conversation with the numbers, which is quite weird, but that's exactly what is happening. And that has helped a lot to really shrinking the time it took them to arrive to a solution and to a high quality solution for their problems. So has been really saving time, mostly in big documents research, for example, or in legal areas, taxes, for example, or even for call centers or customer services. We're talking about documents that are more than 1,000 pages. So it's something that a human will take, many hours, if not days, to really not only read, but process that and cluster and classify the different data pieces, saving time and being more efficient overall. That's some of the big use cases.
Very exciting. Thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Cleo.
Blake Scholl, thank you very much for being here today.
Great to be here with you, Mark.
Great honor. For all of you that are hearing today, Blake is the founder of Boom. Boom is an aviation company Your planes are not normal planes. They're supersonic planes.
Yeah, I mean, so imagine getting from the East Coast of the U.S. to Europe in 3.5, 4 hours. Imagine crossing the Pacific, like Tokyo to Seattle in 4.5 hours. Just use significantly faster flights than we have today. Imagine being able to vacation in Australia instead of Hawaii. There's just something very magnetic about supersonic flight. Like almost everybody wants this to exist. And if you're an airplane engineer, like you definitely want to work on this. It's kind of the most exciting thing happening in the industry.
It is supposed that you are developing all your technology, including the engines of the new plane. You are designing everything. Or you're using other engines?
So we are designing the airplane and we are designing the engine, and then we're working with great people to do to industrialize and to build all these things. So to give you an example of how it works, so what we own is on the airplane we own all the shape of it. How the flight controls work, the aerodynamics, and we develop kind of how strong does every major part be, and then we team with. Companies, so we develop the high-level design, and then they turn it into the very detailed designs that fit their manufacturing processes, and then all those components get built, and then they come to our final assembly, our factory in Greensboro, and we put it all together.
You are now creating the first prototype.
That's right. Our prototype is something called XB1, which is built. It just did its first taxi test over 100 miles per hour. And from a production airplane perspective, our goal is to be ready for passengers by the end of the decade. So we've got so roughly 6 years is our target.
Thank you very much, Blake. For me, showing people that are still thinking bold, that are still thinking big, is extremely important. So first, congratulations for what you built and what you're building. As a plane lover, I hope and I wish you a huge success.
Thanks, Martin.
Thank you
appreciate your kind words and a great conversation.
Every time that I meet you, Andy, you surprise me with something totally new. So what's your next big thing?
For about 5 years, I've been building a company called Assembly. And basically, it's trying to reinvent the way that we do buildings. The current construction industry is very inefficient. It's very poor. It's actually less productive now than it used to be 30 years ago. The only way that we're going to solve the housing crisis is if we change the way that we build buildings. And so what my company's trying to do is high-rise buildings, apartment buildings, and we're trying to do it in a way where we manufacture and prefabricate all the components, but we do it to produce really cool architecture rather than boring, bland buildings that feel cheap, which is kind of how people think about the modular industry. So how do we do it? We digitally design the building and model it. We push directly from the model into the manufacturing facility where computer-controlled machines produce the components. And the really cool part of the company, like where we did our really hard work, was on the structural system that pulls everything together. So if you want to do a cool piece of architecture, your structure needs to be very flexible. You want to have interesting apartments. You want the facade and the outside appearance of the building to be cool. You want the features to be like really luxurious, and you want the finishes to be beautiful, and you want everything to fit together perfectly. And so we've developed systems to be able to do that. The beauty of our approach is that it allows for our buildings to be greener, and we can shave about 1.5 years off of the time to construct a building in New York City.
I knew you were going to surprise me. How it differs from building software to building stuff?
It takes a long time to develop physical systems that are going to interact together. So it's funny, the way I've been thinking about it and the way that I kind of like structured the company's work was to think about it like the internet stack. It's amazing actually how much innovation gets supported by that model. So in buildings, what we wanted to do was say, okay, let's standardize the different components that have to fit together, and that way they can evolve independently. So I mean, my hypothesis is that we're standardizing on the structure. So once you've got the structure reasonably well defined, then you can innovate on the facade, innovate in the bathrooms, innovate in the kitchens, innovate in the environmental systems, innovate on what goes on the roof. So I would hope that we could have innovation in materials, innovation in performance, innovation in aesthetics, innovation in functions and features. Like, why not? We should be able to have all those things. And right now, we really don't. The other thing that we should be able to do is to upgrade our components without having to tear the whole building down.
Okay, Andrew.
Thanks,
Great
Guibert.
to see you, my friend.
Nice to talk to you.
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to be with you here at Converge.
Danny, when you say digital fashion, what do you mean by that?
I define it into 3 subcategories. The first one is IRL, or in real life digital fashion. For me, that is any piece of digital fashion with a physical counterpart. So it can be a sweater with an NFC chip, so you tap your phone and you have a digital counterpart. But it can also just be manufacturing technologies which are leveraged to create physical clothing. So like Adidas has been implementing digital design software in their production process for over 10 years, for example. Second category is what I call ORL, or on real life. And so that, for me, is digital clothes to be worn on social media. So AR technologies are a great example. A physical person wearing a digital piece of clothing. So that's the second category, which is ORL. We have this third category, which is direct to avatar, which is URL, or unreal life. Clothing on, we now have a variety of digital avatars, so it could be your iMessage avatar, it could be your Meta avatar, it could be your PFP or picture for profile.
What does fashion mean in these digital experiences?
Yeah, I think that as in real life, fashion is mostly social. It's like a way of expressing yourself and a way of belonging to a certain group or distinguishing yourself. So I think that really digital fashion is just a consequence of the fact that we are socializing in digital spaces right now. Right now, what we're working on is how to create a garment that's real and that you can post on social media and always have a different outfit. So we are working a lot on how to complement real clothing with AR. It's called Eternity. So it's a garment that's sort of eternal because every time you wear it, it's new. And every time you post a picture wearing it, so we start off with a t-shirt, like a white t-shirt that's the one that you will always want to wear. And that every time you snap a photo, you have a content that sort of embodies the latest trend.
So we're here in Converge 2023. I'm Nico Avila, CTO for North America with Globant, and I'm here with Dan McLaughlin. So can you tell us a bit about Summer and what really drove your passion?
My history of relevance here is I was one of the co-founders of SoFi. SoFi is now a pretty big financial company serving lots of needs, but in our early days, we were in the student loan space, primarily around refinancing loans, so allowing people to take down the cost of the loans by making new loans. What we didn't do was help people that weren't really refinanceable. If they didn't have a good credit score, if they didn't have a good income, SoFi wasn't really able to help. And Summer fills that gap. So Summer is helping people who maybe don't have the best income, maybe don't have the best credit score, but actually they have options available to them to reduce their student debt, get it paid off quickly, and in many cases have it completely removed from them. Just for context, there's about 45 million people in the US who have student debt, and it's approaching $2 trillion. So it's a very big problem for a lot of people. And the truth is there are options available to them, that the federal government and state level governments have these really amazing repayment programs that can reduce the monthly cost. And in many cases, you can have your loan completely forgiven after a number of years of payments. The problem is most people don't know that these programs exist. And even if they know that they exist, they don't know how they go about becoming eligible for them or enrolling in them. So we use technology at Summer in a number of ways. But basically, we've put all of these 120 different repayment programs into a kind of supercomputer. And then when you come as an individual and say, I live in New York, I earn $50,000 a year, my student loans are $80,000, I have 2 dependents, and I work for a hospital, we're able to say, based on that information, you are eligible for these different programs. And we actually go further than that, not just telling you that you're eligible, but we pre-populate the forms that you need to fill out and submit. But if they were left to their own devices without technology, they have like a 9% acceptance number. We get that up above 90%. The average saving for individuals is in total $40,000. So these are meaningful amounts of money that allow people to get their student loans in order.
And I love the fact that you're using technology to make it easier for people to get by. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for sharing. Good to see you again, and I hope to see you again soon.
See you next year. Thanks, Nicholas.
I'm Jana Eggers. I'm CEO of Neurologics. We have an AI platform that's specifically focused for high-end decision making, and what I mean by that is the ability to know why the machine is assisting your decision, what it's seeing that maybe you aren't. And so you're talking about healthcare, financial services, the military, things where it's really critical to understand what the machine is seeing.
So what's an example of a way that a client might actually use that tool? A decision that they need to make, and then what would they need explained about that decision?
One of the practical uses was just seeing if somebody's going to use their medicines, because follow-up on healthcare is critical. You know, we're great at diagnosis, but if somebody doesn't follow the care, it's not really going to get fixed. And so an example of that is, well, lots of people don't take their pills for lots of reasons. What is that reason? You know, there could be lots of different reasons why somebody doesn't do something, and knowing why you're predicting this person isn't going to take their pill can actually allow you to do the intervention.
Some AI needs to be explained, and some may need to be verified through testing after the fact. You might not need to know why AlphaFold is saying the protein will look this way if you can just test through experimentation that it will. What are the biggest impacts that the kinds of explainable AI could make?
So I love that you brought up that example too of we may not need to know, but we may look at it afterwards, and we call that auditing. In some of our work with the military, we may be saying, hey, you need to go turn on that sensor to look for something. Well, even though that can be automated, we may want to know later on what was it that caused that. So your point is a really great one, that explainability isn't just about the real-time human interaction, but it could be checking later as to what we're doing. That really is about software being able to take information that we mostly have already and putting it together in a way that's compelling to make sure that you understand this time it's not a false alarm. And that's something that I think AI can really make a big help with, and that is, deterrence by detection.
My name is Emmy. I'm the founder and CEO of Ezra. We've created a new way to screen for cancer everywhere in the body using a full body MRI.
How are you using AI to improve the MRIs that we can get?
MRIs are an incredible imaging modality for finding cancer. The problem is that MRIs are expensive and take a long time to scan a person and so on. So what we do is we have built AIs that make MRIs faster and then enhance the quality of the MRI scans so that radiologists can do a good job reading. We've then built AIs to make radiologists faster and potentially more accurate. And then those AIs enable us to decrease our costs, and then we pass those cost savings to consumers. MRIs inherently are a very noisy imaging modality. When you're doing an MRI, you're using a strong magnet, and you're putting the person in the magnet, and you're magnetizing all the protons in the water in the body. And then you're introducing an interference in this magnetic field, removing that interference, and then the protons relax back. Depending on how quickly or slowly they relax, you can create internal images of the body. The problem is that that's a very noisy environment, so you need to do the scan multiple times, because by doing the scan multiple times, the signal will be the same, the noise will be different, so you can average out the noise. What we do is we only do the scan once, and then we've trained an AI on how to remove noise, what the structure of noise looks like in an MRI scan. We've trained on MRI scans that had tumors and cancers in them, so that when we remove the noise, we leave the tumors and cancers intact, so that we're only removing things that are obscuring the existing pathology.
What is the kind of AI that improves the ability of the radiologist to read the image?
Yeah, so when radiologists read an image, let's say they're reading a prostate MRI or the prostate scan, they need to do a number of things that take time. They need to measure the volume of the prostate. They literally do that by drawing a board, like a ruler across the prostate on the screen, and then have a calculator in front of them, and they multiply those measurements, which gives you the volume of a cube, not the volume of a prostate. And so what we do is we very accurately segment the prostate, so draw a border around the prostate using AI, and then provide automatic volume measurements of the prostate. We automatically detect lesions. We point the lesions out. We essentially support the radiologist so that they can do their job faster and potentially more accurate.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Cleo.
In automotive space, right now we were talking about, we mentioned technology, specifically when it comes to AI, I feel like is having huge impacts industry-wide. So, what do you see the biggest challenges of these large OEMs and giant manufacturers facing when it comes to embracing technology and technologies like AI?
Well, I think it's a challenge, but it's opportunity at the same time. Embracing AI will help them to be much more efficient in the processes, especially manufacturing when you need to detect potential problems coming in, not need to, it will be after the fact, it will be for the fact, and make them be more efficient, more focused in improving technology. And it's not only about how to be more efficient in the manufacturing process, but it's also how you use your time while you're commuting somewhere, right? So all of that, I think AI will make a revolution. It seems kind of a challenge because they may not have the talent inside, but this is where companies that, they really know the technology, they can really accelerate all this process and help them. When you think on, automotive OEMs, they basically come from the engineering space, right? And not necessarily software engineering space, it's more mechanical engineering space. So now having top-notch brains in software development, in AI, like Globant, and making them work and support all the acceleration in the process of embracing the new technology, embracing AI, I think it's a very big opportunity. I think Globant is the right time in the right place, and will make a difference.
With autonomous vehicles, AI will play a really big role in that and data. But I think the one thing that's missing is trust. So how do you feel like, car manufacturers and automotive industry builds the trust of the consumer when it comes to automotive?
Embracing a transition to the unknown, creates a lot of uncertainty, right? At the end of the day, it's about data. That we need to make decisions analyzing data. And at the end of the day, taking the facts of the data where it's going to be very easy to conclude that the more technology in the vehicles, the less fatalities, the more safe they are. I think that will start pushing on the regulation and the adoption, not only on the OEMs offering the new technology, but on the consumers requesting that technology.
Well, again, Jose, thank you so much for your time. I've had a blast talking and looking forward to our next chat on this.
What is the problem that you are trying to solve?
It's essentially the product discovery problem. Merchandising, so sort order on shopping pages, is currently static. And if you think about the recommender systems that power, Spotify, TikTok, Instagram, Netflix, everyone has their own personal algorithm of things that are ranked for relevancy. So often when we're shopping, if you think about a retailer like Nordstrom, there's 400 pages in a category of, let's say dresses. The one that might convert you is on page 321, and you'll never see it. So we're re-ranking that category in real time, much like big tech does, so you can bring the things that are most relevant to that first page on a per person, real-time level. On the product side, we go really deep into the feature engineering, so try and understand all the little things that might be important about a product to the consumer. So visual details, the basics, like size, brand, and price, and including our psychographic score, which is something that's proprietary to us. And on the user side, we're really just looking at interaction data in that live session, but to a very granular level, like what they've ignored, so we can start to understand what that aversion is and rank that to the end of the set, and what they're hovering on, dwelling on, clicking on, and so forth.
What is a psychographic score?
So my thesis before I founded the company was that our personality traits, like our scientific personality traits under the Big Five framework, in academia, we know that there's really strong correlations between where we sit on those traits and a variety of things we like. So a psychographic score is essentially, based on that mapping, assigning a score to the product itself to give it, to teach the system, like this is the consumer for you, and to give it kind of an overall vibe or style or latent quality, beyond just the visual attributes. So if we have a couch, for example, that's Baroque and classic and old-fashioned, we would give it a low score for the quality of openness, right? Because it's traditional. But it's a very specific, number. It's less subjective. It's less biased. And if it had a really bright color, we might give it a high score for something like extroversion. If it had flowers, we might get a high score for agreeableness. So it's kind of like using natural language, but in a very computerized way. Based on a lot of training we've done and research we've done and validation we've done, the system now just takes the image and the product description if it's available in the name. So we use computer vision, NLP, and a few other methods to assign those scores.